Okay, I think that works. I wrote this up quick, so if I fucked it up, oh well, I'll adjust it later. All right. So with that, whenever you're ready, Mukuri, you can take us away with the recap of last week's events,
Okay,
and we can hop back into the game.
so last week we started back on the ship where everyone was getting ready for their shore leave, and everyone had gone to deck except for two of the officers, that being Yave and Gray. Both Harkin and Vix were sent to find the officers, bring them to deck, and Harkin found Yave's quarters empty, and Vix found a dreadful sight when he saw that Gray's apprentice had slaughtered the man in an attempt to try to harness the power of necromancy that Gray held. Vix slit the man's throat and threw him out the porthole with the help of Harkin, and shore leave commenced. First, the captain bestowed upon Vix the title of quartermaster, at least for the interim, perhaps long term. And on shore, Vix told the crew, or at least the officers, about his new position, and also intended to split any shares 50-50 with Harkin instead of having the largest majority. Then they were told by the captain that the Dreadlord had captured an ex-captain of the Mad Lord. We have come to find out that that is Gragmir, who led the group to a Mad Lord's sort of keep or tomb or holding place of various magic spells and enemies and mimics, and also magical goods, though it was over quite a treacherous path of poison gas. And then some reverb happened, and Oog was gone for like 30 minutes. And then we went on 2x speed and completed the semi-dungeon, gathered what we could carry, and left. And that really brings us back to now.
Yep. Still have no idea what that was. I assume it was a driver issue of some sort. Not sure what caused it. Hopefully, it doesn't happen again. But as we reemerge, you have all just now arrived back in the port town surrounding the Dreadspire.
I imagine it's been more than 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was taking a few hours to get back here. I think I progressed time already. I'm going to assume I did. So it's around 2 p.m. As you all kind of make your way back into town with your newly found goods, as well as your new, reports. You are kind of at the base of the town now, like right before, getting into the city proper. But your next destination is up to you.
And did we establish that? Did we get the 30-pound cannon? Was Harkin able to heft that thing?
No, it was large enough that you probably have to go back to it with like a number of crewmen to heft that thing out of there, because it is quite large. Because it itself fires 30-pound cannonballs, so it's probably hundreds and hundreds of pounds in weight.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I don't recall what my lift and carry weights are.
It's probably it's probably lower than the cannon is, because it's.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah, yeah, that's probably close to 600-700 pounds.
Oh, whenever we were playing on 2x speed, and we just kind of looted the place. Vix just shoveled everything off a table into his bag and grabbed some shit out of the chest. So I have some just unidentified items in my inventory, and I see that one of them is a martial melee weapon and the other is a trinket. What are these What are these things like visibly?
Good question. Let me go look. Let's see.
Well, while you guys get that figured out, I'm going to go fill a bowl of food, and I will be right back.
Okay. The martial melee weapon is a Morning Star that looks particularly vicious in its design. Let's see.
Is it made out of metal?
It is made out of metal. If you're thinking about that for like the druid restriction, we looked into that, and while it says druids don't use metal weapons and armor in the thing, Jeremy Crawford said they can't. Like I'm pretty sure Jeremy Crawford said
mechanical reason why they
Yeah.
cannot.
Right.
there's which is
Which
very
is interesting.
odd.
I agree.
I think
I
it depends
agree
on the druid. I think it depends on the druid. Like
No,
if you're a
playing
druid,
druid as a druid flavored druid, sure. But like, why
Yeah.
can't I just have the druid's mechanical toolbox and not?
right?
You know.
Because it depends on the druid. Like if the druid's like naturey and all that shit, yes, creating metal weapons creates pollution. Can't use it. Makes sense. But yeah, otherwise, kind
What
of
about
sussy.
nature cleric? Nature cleric like literally lets you equip heavy armor,
Exactly, but it
and
should.
there's no such thing as non-metal heavy armor in the game.
It should.
Sounds like a
definitely
contradiction to
should.
me, wizards.
It is.
Mr.
Fucking
Crawford.
wizards, Mr. Crawford, you suck. And the one that is listed as a trinket. Ooh, also Vix. I did just notice you're carry weight. You're in the light encumbrance right now, but luckily, we're at a good point to offload some stuff. But there you go. Oh, these are a pair of like crystal spectacles that are like inlaid with this opaque red gemstone that's like it's a very thin layer of gemstone that is opaque and seems to kind of have arcane runes inscribed along the earpieces.
Fashion.
Yeah.
I guess like on our way out or whatever, he'll like heft this morning star in his hand and like look between the two, Gragomir and Hark. He's never seen Arkin use a weapon before, and he sees Gragomir. You have like a flail on your hip or something, right?
Yes, I have my flail, but I mainly use my quarterstaff, my staff.
I see. All right, well, he'll shove it back in his bag, I guess.
All right.
So I have a morning star, a fashionable glove.
What was it the Morning Star did? I missed that portion, sorry.
We
You
don't
don't know. You just know that it
Okay.
looks particularly vicious, and you can tell it's like has magical runes inscribed into it. You just don't know what those effects are yet. I haven't identified it.
Then I swept. This probably was from the chest. I have an item called Assorted Coins, and it is like a relatively obscene amount of money.
Mhm.
So he's probably, I don't know, I assume that he like just threw that all into like a tablecloth or something that was there and bundled it and just stuffed it. So I'll keep
Yeah.
those separate.
Yeah, I put that there because the loot thing's still broken. But yeah, it is also kind of a nice way to keep up with like when you grab a bag of coins, you can keep it separate from your normal stash.
Yeah. And then I remember whenever I shoveled everything off the table into the bag, there was like maps and markers and stuff.
Yeah,
I don't
wanna take a
have
look
an
at those?
item in here, but yeah, we'll definitely.
You can add
that
that to your inventory. Just put in maps from the Dreadlord's cache so we can remember it, where it's from. Or not the Dreadlord, the Mad Lord. Sorry. Let me open my notes here to give you accurate information before I just start saying things. Yes. So, on these maps are locations. The one that is marked on the Dreadspire, the island of the Dreadspire, is, right where you guys found the cache. But there were other lords' fortresses marked similarly. There was a spot on the Iron Chain that was marked in the same way. The Fiery Summit had a mark. The Storm Sunder Islands also had a mark. Those three other spots all had marks of the same thing. Presumably, meaning there might be other caches of the Mad Lord, with
Right.
maybe even similar teleportation circles, which would actually correlate because we were at the 2 times speed, so I'll kind of remind you. But when you guys went through that portal, that
Mhm.
teleporter, went to a room where there were a lot of other teleportation circles set up, which you didn't really have a lot of time to investigate because of all the guards, so you went back through. But presumably, they might have led to the other secret caches of the Mad Lord.
And maybe just like a quick refresher, why did we go to Gragomir in the first place? Was it just is it this Mad Lord plotline? This didn't have anything to do directly with our current quest, right?
Yeah, the Dreadlord essentially told your captain to deal with whatever this cache was, because Gragomir essentially told the Dreadlord that there was a weakness in his defense, essentially. He kind of told him that he suspected that there was a way that the Mad Lord could get in and teleport right under their noses, essentially, without a ship or anything like that. So the Dreadlord wanted that dealt with, and he assigned the captain to deal with it, and then the captain, of course, assigned to you guys to deal with it.
Weren't there also some of the Mad Lord's like dead cultisty type folks at the last the like challenge dungeon thing that we did? They
There were.
died on trying to open the portal or whatever. They're all sitting in a
There
circle.
certainly were.
So he's at least on the trail as well.
Seemingly.
Right. I propose we report back to the captain as soon as possible. This seems rather urgent.
Yes, I agree.
Captain will want to know.
Right, I guess let's go.
Okay. As you start making your way back to the ship, well, where are you headed specifically?
I assume the captain is still back at the officer's estate. That's kind of where we left him.
Or
So,
he has his
I
own,
mean,
like,
would
captain
that
estate.
make sense? Yeah, I don't know if he has his own.
He
mean,
does,
that's true.
and
Okay.
you would, you would have saw that.
Yeah, the
Oh, you
goal
would
is
know
to
that.
go to the captain, so we'll go there.
Okay. To the captain's estate, as it were. As you make your way up the hill, kind of a similar path to get to your estate, and then you just kind of go a little bit to the left and kind of keep going on up a little higher on the cliff. You eventually see the estate of the captain, which is a lot like yours, except larger, nicer, and more impressive. And it also has a similar like greenery that is magically forced to grow in this wasteland. And a number of servants who all seem slightly more competent than your own. As you enter inside, you are brought in by one of the servants and directed upwards to the top floor, which has like a large study or a small like study and desk area, very similar to the captain's quarters on his ship. Actually, it's almost an exact replica. As he sits down at his desk, and you see him sitting down at his desk rather. He looks at you all, looks at the dwarf, and then looks back to you, Vix.
Just peeking over the table.
So, I take it your business has been concluded if you're back. But I wonder why he is in here.
I found it prudent to not let him out of my sight for the time being. And he seemed rather useful thus far. My initial impression of him was, as such, unfounded. He seems to be relatively on the level, you could say, for a previous member of the Mad Lord.
He looks at the dwarf. Is that entirely accurate? Are you truly a previous member? No loyalties remain?
I serve no loyalty to the Mad Lord. I wish only to serve upon your ship and complete your goals.
Tell me more about your role under the Mad Lord.
I was one of his captains. I served a relatively small ship, and we had heard, maybe not of this quest, but we were tasked with, it seems, scouting out different clue locations. We were told to sail near the Forsaken Cay, and we found it to be quite formidable. I do not recommend sailing in that location if anything would lead you there. However,
Tilt the side of the side.
in our fight, I fell overboard, and that is when the sea took me. I died in the sea, and that is where I was resuscitated, and my madness left me. My men fled the location, and brought me to an island. They intended to make me mad once more by leaving me destitute, hoping I would drink seawater or just succumb to madness once more. But I escaped that island, and the visions that were provided to me in the afterlife led me here, led me to you.
And why? What about these visions makes you desire to join this crew? Why not seek out to be a captain of your own ship again, or return to the Mad Lord, or what have you?
He gives him a smile and says, Captain, I think you and these men, I think you will find what you seek, and I want to be there with you. I think you all are destined for this great thing. I have seen the prophecies. Now I just wish to aid them.
And based on what you say, the Mad Lord is already aware of this treasure. In fact, it seems he's about where we are finding it.
The Mad Lord's mind is clouded, as they say. He is on its trail, but he gets lost easily. Clues for you are flights of fancy for him. What might seem obvious locations can take him a little bit longer to figure out, but in the same vein, stroke of genius might find him, and clues might be solved much quicker than with people of sound mind. While he is on the same trail, I don't think that he's a threat if any of the visions I've seen are to be believed. At least none that you can't handle.
Some say that madness is the loftiest of intelligences, but I find that it can get in the way. I hope what you say is true.
I have been mad, sir. I like the clarity I feel now.
And you, Vix, you say this dwarf's been useful.
In the short amount of time that he has had to prove himself, he is not disappointed. Don't wish to upsell him too much, but I was expecting him to be a difficult one to break, but he seems rather willing. He seems to know things that are abnormal for him to know, with a level of detail that I see there are two possibilities. Either what he says is true and these visions come to him and are accurate, or there is a mole, someone who is feeding him information beneath the estate. But that is unlikely, as we've only just arrived in port. We've not been here in a while. He seemed to know of what we have done on our recent voyages.
When you first started talking, I think he looked down at the ground a little ashamed, and then when you brought up the mole, he looked up and kind of directly looked into the captain's eyes.
I'm gonna tilt his head. And before addressing you, he turns to Harkin. And you, my old friend, what do you think of this dwarf? Your instincts have proven sharp and accurate in the past. What are your
Well-
thoughts?
Well, Captain, I haven't had to break him yet, so seems as good as most any other crew we've had.
He looks back towards you, Gragomir, and he looks at you. That look.
Captain,
Is there someone who is leaking information to the Mad Lord that we should know about?
there's no one I know of. I swear to you that if there's anyone on this island that is leaking to the Mad Lord, I am not privy to it. But as far as I know, there is not.
And do you know who sent these visions to you?
I believe it was the one in the afterlife. The one in the boneyard.
Yes. I don't put much stock in deities, but their guidance could prove useful. Tell me, dwarf, do you have any qualms with serving as a lowly crewman?
I stood upon the helm while I was mad. I didn't quite know what it meant to lead. Everything just came as whims. I don't know if I directed my crew well. I don't know if they had loyalty to me. So, no. Serving as a regular crewman is fine, though I should say I do have the ability to heal. My visions showed me of one of yours, a surgeon of sorts. The men are telling me that he was killed. I'm sorry, but I have healing magics myself, and I could make them useful.
I'm curious, dwarf. Did they tell you what led to his demise?
No, I don't believe I was made aware.
It was a simple thing, one mistake that any of us could make. Being too trusting of those who were unworthy. If I let you on board, will I make that same mistake?
Captain, every fiber of my being is telling me to serve the ship until the end of days. All I can give you is my word. Though, your wisdom is what will lead us to the end, so I will respect any decision you make.
He nods. Very well. You will begin service aboard the Hellspawn Corsair as a crewman. There's one other vying for the position of surgeon. I will let you two compete for it. Whoever proves to me they're the better healer will be the one I select. For now, if there was nothing else, Quartermaster.
There is. On our expedition to the described place, this potential back door to the island of the Medlord, we fought our way through ruins or something of the sort, you could say. We weren't there long enough to really go into detail. And in the back, we found a table with papers, these, and he'll like lay down the maps and roll them out. Just upon a quick inspection, it seems these are perhaps the locations of other caches on the other Lord's Islands. In the back, we found a teleportation circle, which is presumed to be the back way. We entered through it and were greeted, you could say, by numerous guards of the Mad Lord. I can only assume this is some location upon the Isle of the Mad. They seem to have several other circles in the room. I believe this might be a hub. And the Mad Lord may have these back doors to potentially every other island, but I assume that they are marked on these maps. We retreated as soon as we saw the guards. We were severely outnumbered and we weren't sure how to proceed, so we left, and then we temporarily disabled the teleporter on our side. I'm not sure how long it will last. It would probably be more pertinent to get experts on the scene. But that happened. Of note, there were some other useful supplies in the temple on our end, on our island. One of which was a 30-pound cannon. This may seem as a sizable upgrade for one of our munitions. I haven't run it past the Master Gunner yet, but I can't imagine Platt saying no to a 30-pound cannon. And also I found and he'll thunk the big Morning Star on the table, and he'll put the glasses there, and he'll toss the big sack of coins under the table.
He looks at it. It seems Wolfgang has been busy. Well, let me see if I can take a look at these items for you.
Who is this Wolfgang?
Yes, I forget. You of the crew might not know him by his name. Wolfgang Harper. It is the name of the Mad Lord, his true name. It is,
The Mad Lord?
yes.
I see.
It is one that isn't thrown around very often. He prefers his title, as do many of the lords, but it is one I know from personal experience. But these items, I don't have the right knowledge to identify them for you, but I could see it done if you prefer. Though this is your treasure to do with what you wish. If you turn it over to me, I might relegate it to where I believe is most appropriate.
If it is, if I could get your permission, I would wish to use these funds to assist in the tasks I have previously assigned to the officers. I intend to have a proper send-off for Gray, and I gave them my advance permission to use whatever funding they deem necessary to accommodate these, so perhaps I should refill those coffers with this and maybe give them a little more to work with. Would you be willing to take half of this for your share and me to use the other half for these purposes?
Put his hand up. The funds are yours. We're not at sea or on shore leave. This is something you did in your own time. Take it as your reward. The items, however, I must learn what they do before I can decide where they should go.
Of course.
But I will take the
Normally
time
Gray would
to...
do such a thing, but
Indeed. It is a shame to lose our wizard, but there's surely someone on the Dread Spire who could take a look at these items for us.
not to sound repetitive, but the other surgeon candidate, when we first encountered her, she was a merchant of magical wares. Perhaps we have someone on crew already who is capable of doing such things. But she seemed to know what all of her magical items did, and I did not see any other goblins, apart from the two hobbs that might have been capable of such a feat, and it seemed like a task beneath the rulers of the islands to identify merchandise, so perhaps she would be capable.
Yes. Take the magic items to her. See what she can uncover. I'll leave it in your judgment to decide where they should go. but watch that goblin. She is here under the orders of this Drazok. I do not know much about her intentions, but if I were you, Vix, I'd be wary of where she might lead you.
Of course, I'm ever wary of her, as when we brought her on board, I claim responsibility for whatever actions may come of her. So, of course, I am appropriately cautious. If I ever catch wind that she will do something that could perhaps reflect badly on me, I will deal with it appropriately before it happens. But
Very
of course,
good.
I will take your advice in stride.
Do not risk yourself. I cannot afford to lose another officer before I replace the two I've already lost.
I'm not sure Harkin could deal with a third. It
He
might have
does
been too
seem
much.
awfully broken up about the whole thing. Do you need some extra time, old friend, to grieve and mourn?
Harkin's just kind of like standing by the corner of the desk, like not really paying attention to the conversation all that closely. He's just kind of like got his giant shark maw open. He's just kind of like wiggling a loose tooth way in the back, and he's like, no, Captain. Just completely guessing at the proper response.
Walford gives off a smile and... Very good. Well, in that case, enjoy the rest of your shore leave. You have about a week before we depart.
Did we tell the captain that there was more down there? Or
The portals and stuff?
yeah. Well, like there was
Yeah,
more
yeah.
to be grabbed.
I
you're
mentioned
talking
that
about
there's
cannon.
the 30-pound cannon and stuff down there, so if they send a party to recover it, then
Then Gragomir will say, Captain, before we go, I don't know if it is appealing, but there is poison gas on the way there. I wouldn't want you to sacrifice any of your men. I can, if given proper rest, come up with the ability to summon a beast of burden that might be able to carry this cannon. And I can also give any that go there resistance to the poisonous effects. Try to protect
yes.
your men as best as possible.
The remainder of the cash. That is a good point. You also mentioned supplies, yes?
yes, it seemed like there were several supplies, barrels, crates. I didn't inspect, given the expediency, but I would assume that these are provisions. It seemed a place that was designed to use as a hold, a safe house for perhaps whatever crew of the Mad Lord came through. I would
Before
assume there are provisions.
you head off to find your rest, I think it's prudent that if you wish to find this cannon and these supplies, you take some of our men, the three of you, and help them load whatever supplies are there, take the cannon, and bring it back to our ship post-haste.
Is Klatt at the estate? Are you aware of his location?
I believe so. Last I saw him, he was.
I will be sure to bring him along.
Bring as
Perhaps he
many
can-
as you might need. Those
This
that you can
cannon
find,
is
at least.
sizable. Perhaps it would need to be broken down. And perhaps he would be appropriate so do not damage it.
Very well. Well, I trust all of you to take care of this.
We'll put a crew of the boys together, Captain.
All right. Go then, and see it done. The sooner the better.
Right.
Of course.
Motions as you all start to head out and leave the state of the captain. Kind of standing there, free to go whatever business you want to do next, but it's up to you.
I'm going to go drop off these pieces with Nithi. Gragomir, how long of a rest do you require?
I would need a full night, which does not seem like something that we are getting, so I can
Alright,
be
we'll have
ready
to
to
deal with
lead,
this.
but
Otherwise,
I will not be able to grant anyone protection from the poison.
well, I seem to be fine from it. as he's been like hacking up lungs the whole journey there and back. These are non-lethal thus far,
Very
and
good.
hey, maybe it will give you an opportunity to prove your mettle as a doctor if you can fix people after the fact.
I think in the meantime, I will do just that. I have this wonderful fungi that might be able to make you feel right as rain. I'll start growing them.
Sure, I leave it in your expertise.
Very good. Do you know where the crew stays? I would like to meet my new crewmates.
I assume Vix knows.
Oh yeah, the crew. So the officers get their own estate, the captains get their own estate, and like there are various estates for all the captains on this island and such, and each of the captains has their own crew or officer estate. But the crew are relegated to finding rest within the many of the common houses or public houses or pubs, across the cityscape. So they're going to be intermingled throughout the entire town, like through taverns, pubs, wherever they're finding rest. Some of them might even own their own private houses if they save up enough coin through their venture, but nothing is provided for them per se. Some prefer to sleep on the ship, actually. Many, because that is free, so to speak. But yeah,
Perhaps if you find the ample hands on board the ship, we can pay anyone who volunteers to go through with this. Maybe the ones who are staying on board the ship for free are more in need of coin.
Of course.
Otherwise, I believe the entire Dread Spire itself is suffused with potential crewmen. They're all looking for work. We all sail under the same banner.
Would it have helped if I was a war horse when we were taking everything out of there? Never mind. Stupid question. Let's ignore it for now. I couldn't
We'll
have
come
done
back to
that.
it.
There's no way I could have done that.
Yes, of course, you are a dwarf, not a horse.
Of course. Just a dwarf. Couldn't it be an
A
ape
horse,
or a
even.
crocodile?
That would be absurd.
That would be absurd.
A feat of magical bullshit, you could say.
The worst kind.
It's almost
The
as
absolute
absurd
worst kind. One worthy of a hanging immediately upon the spot.
almost as absurd as shark men wandering the streets.
Yes, I and hypothetically could also be a shark, but not a man.
some sort of
That would be
street
crazy.
shark.
A shark with legs is no shark.
How dare you, sir?
Anyways, I will depart for a moment to drop these off with Nithy and leave you two to come up with something.
Yeah.
My
And,
mind is a little foggy at the moment.
Vix, you start to trek off alone towards the Nithy would be one of the ones that stay on the ship as well. You would probably know this. You noticed she probably didn't depart for the shore leave. So you start to trek back towards the ship. And as you are walking along, your foot clings onto something solid. And you look down, and there you just notice you've kicked up from the dirt a shimmering stone. It is about yay big, and it glitters and glows. And inside, it almost looks like there's a swirling like a galaxy just kind of circling about inside.
It's like the size of a softball.
Yeah, it's about
Damn.
hand sized, and it's 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 almost like diamond in shape, like the shaped diamond. It was like a double sided triangle, but it's coned. It kind of goes around, and it looks like a cut gem with its shard, but it is very peculiar.
It's like sticking out of the dirt.
Yeah, you kicked it up, and now when you kicked it, it like kind of ting 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 and rolled around the road a little bit. You look around, there's nobody around, oddly, in this sort of busy intersection.
Yeah, Vix is good. He would have then looked around to see if anyone was here, and yeah, I think he like says some single word in magic language or whatever, and snaps his fingers, and like a spectral hand picks it up and brings it closer to his face for inspection. He has Mage Hand, Arcane Trickster.
As you
Oh,
stare
actually, it's
into it.
invisible. I'm an arcane trickster. I forgot mine's not visible. It just
Yeah.
he snaps his hand and the gem floats
It
up.
floats using the force. Yeah. So as you look at it, it is complex in its design and its shape and its such. But the more impressive part, of course, is the what looks like as you look closer. Like you don't know what a galaxy looks like, obviously, but you as a player does. So
I've
it
looked
does.
up into the sky on nights with no light.
Sure. But this looks like a spiral galaxy. Like it looks like the Milky Way
Yeah.
from like a far distance. Like you see the spiral,
Sure.
you see the galactic core, and you just see it spinning around in this beautiful display of cosmic mystery.
Yeah, I'm not this thing's. I guess I add this to the list for Nithy.
Yep.
He's
Probably.
going to. I think I have a box. I think I have a box on him. Yeah, hell yeah. He has a tinder box, like just a box.
Mhm.
You know, it weighs a full pound, so I assume it's relatively good
Yeah.
size. Yeah, and he'll like straight up just dump the contents on the side of the road. Like fuck that, and he'll lower it into there with his little force hand and seal the box.
You do. Close it. Put it away. And you can just rename the tinderbox to gemstone or weird gemstone box or cosmic gemstone box. We'll call it. That's fun.
There we go.
Okay.
He'll he's gonna, I guess, continue towards the ship, but he's gonna be a little more, I guess, a little more cautious, like he's a little more eyes open, as he's going, and specifically trying to pick up any signs of he's being followed. And yeah, head
Make a
towards the
perception
ship.
check. Oh, that
He's
much.
poisoned. Oh, wait, I'm poisoned. I have disadvantage. It's probably
Yeah.
a
That's all right. Doesn't get much lower than that. But you trail off down towards the ship, and there, within the below deck, she's be like just kind of tending to some of her quarters, so to speak. She's kind of made a little nook in one of the corners of the underdeck, and she's kind of like set up her little like herbal station where all of her like shamanistic herbs for smoking, incense, etc., are all kind of kept, as well as like her like little hammock and bedroll area and such. And she looks at you as you approach, and you've returned.
Yes, I seem to have acquired some work for you.
Oh, of course, for anything for the quartermaster.
This may be presumptuous, but I assume, as you are a merchant of magical means before, you have the ability to identify magical objects?
Of course, of course. It'll take me 10 minutes per item. I don't keep it on hand, but I can check my documents and such.
Well, I had two, but I seem to have come across a third one that is more peculiar on the way. And he'll set the hammer and the glasses down in front of him, and then he's pulling out the box and just setting the box on the table. It says, "It is in the box. I've never seen anything like it. It was in the dirt. I seem to have kicked it loose or something. Purely happenstance."
She looks at you curiously and peeks open the box, and she looks at it and her eyes go wide. Oh, this certainly is interesting. She thinks about touching it, but then stops herself. Yes, I would very much like to take my time with this.
Is there
She
anyone else
immediately
in this
starts-
room?
On the far side and such, there, a few people kind of hammocked up, but no one seems to be paying you too much mind.
Then, yeah, he'll say, "Yeah, I would prefer if these first two were identified at your earliest convenience." And Take your time with this third one.
She looks and she kind of like anxiously just, of course. She shuts the box and just slides it away. Her eyes naturally follow it. And then she takes the other two. I will take care of these as quickly as possible, but then the third, yes. Yes. Very well. Give me about half an hour, and I will be done with these.
Sure. I will. I'll remain on board. I'm gonna go give some of these lazy people something to do.
Yeah, I was gonna say Harkin would have probably, knowing a lot of the crew would stay on the ship and we're trying to put together a work detail, he probably would have gone to the ship in any case.
Gotcha.
Because we were. I actually thought that we were talking to the captain on the ship. I forgot that we were at his estate.
Right.
So then Vix left for the ship, and after just saying that there's probably people on ship that would,
Yeah.
some men, so that would make sense if
Yeah,
you
I
guys
figured-
were there.
Figure all of us were on the ship. So while he's been talking to Nithy, Harkin's probably like throwing a crew of volunteers
Mhm.
together.
So you say if I
to-
stay on the ship, I have to work? This fucking sucks.
Mhm. Oh, surely, what the fuck?
Well, Vic said too that we can pay these guys.
I get paid?
extra coins tossed their way. That's the perks of staying on the ship.
Yeah, they might.
Very
There might
sure.
be some getting used to with having
Oh.
Vix as a quartermaster.
And then
Yeah.
whenever Harkin sees Vix like coming back up onto the deck, he'd stop Vix and ask, "So can she identify the things we found?"
Yeah, she said it was a trivial matter. It should be
I-
done in about a half of an hour.
Can I've got one for her. And then he just like runs downstairs.
Almost rocking the ship with his heft.
And he gets his tiny ship in a bottle.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He pulls it off the shelf because he had mentioned it to Vix, and Vix kind of blew him off in one of the last sessions. Like
Yeah.
my
Right,
little,
he
my
thinks that
little
you're
bottle
just
ship.
saying weird shit.
So he grabs it and he takes it over to Nithy. I've got one too.
And Vix, you're kind of like you're just naturally kind of curious and walking with this, see what it was, and you do see the ship in the bottle as he places it down in front of Nithy. Nithy's like mid-ritual, kind of forming this thing. She's like, she looks towards Vix. Is this all right, quartermaster? If I add this to the list, maybe you want to take a look at it. She trails off, just staring at it. Is that?
He picks it up again. He just, it's a ship and it's in a bottle, and I found it in the water. And
there's
it-
people
all
in
the
there.
little- Yeah, and he shakes it, and it's like water splashing around.
They're like, yeah, you see like people like, just
And they-
holding on for dear life.
And they move. See, and you shake it. And I tried to open it because I was gonna see if they were crunchy, like popped corn. But then I couldn't get the cork out, and he's just been sitting on my shelf.
Right.
I perhaps took what you said at face value. Yes, if this is something of magical whatever, then of course, add it to the list. My curiosity is piqued,
Oh,
to say the least.
Just by extension, because you two are here, I assume Gragomir would be here because I don't think you would leave him on his own by this point
Right.
in the trust cycle.
What?
Just so
Yeah.
you know, Gragomir.
He's
Oh, what?
I
Yeah,
was
Vix's
going to
kind
grow
of
some
plan is to
shrew
just
and
leave him with Harkin in whatever capacity that may be.
I was
Harkin seems a little bit more equipped to manhandle someone if they need it.
gathering dung. I was doing important work. You don't understand.
You're being dragged along, and now you're looking at this weird.
Can you bring the
Ship in a
dung
bottle.
to the ship?
Do we not have like a
A dung storage.
something, yeah, septic tank?
Ah, perfect.
You just kind of
This is
shovel
the
that off
HSL.
the side of the ship.
No,
Yeah, this is the
I
HS
need
sail.
it.
They drop trout over the edge of the.
That could be a new policy you instate.
All right, you lazy fucks, you looking for work?
Shit into
Shit in
the
this
bucket.
bucket. You shit in these buckets. You get a silver
I
piece
need
per
a
pound.
non-stop shit. Fuck.
Go fill your stomachs on grain so you can keep shitting. I give you 1 silver piece per pound. I need to make medicine for Vix that require all of you to defecate in this box.
I have a new spell called laxative. It's perfect.
I'm gonna use it on
But-
D only.
as you all kind of come and take a moment to look at this ship in a bottle. There are people in there kind of running around, still signal flagging. As they see new people, like non-shark people, they're like signal flagging even harder to like an SOS again to all of you. But yeah, Nethy looks at you, Vix. I can add it to the list. It'll add another 10 minutes or so to my magics, if you like.
Of course. This is a
Very
request
well.
from an officer. Who am I to say
So-
no?
I would say this, to me, just off the bat, looks less like a magical item and more like curse. And that is beyond the limits of my identification spell. It does not detect curses.
Can I try one thing with this bottle?
Up to you, quartermaster.
It is Harkin's bottle.
Up
Yeah,
to you,
My
Shark.
bottle.
Uh,
Sure, have a look at it.
Gragomir
Picks it up
looks
again, like
into the
not
ship.
gently, just
He
picks
like
it up.
brings it very close to his eyes, and then he finds one person. He like goes, points at him, and casts hold person on that one tiny person.
Okay, let me make a wisdom saving throw for that one tiny person. What's the DC?
DC 16.
Oh, they fail. So you just see them lock up.
These are actual people. Very interesting. Quite the find you have here, bosun.
I love that. I look at the material requirements. Like you just pull a little piece of iron and like point like a wand at somebody.
Found lots of fun things in the water. We found a chest what eats people too.
Interesting. No, nothing I can think to do. I want to be a gas and go into the bottle. But I won't.
It seems
Harkin.
very firmly corked.
Yeah, Harkin
Yeah.
couldn't get the cork out of it.
I'll give you a gas, and then unless it's airtight. Oh, it's airtight.
It's probably airtight because there's nothing leaking out of it.
So then they're gonna die anyway.
They're all gonna suffocate.
I hand the bottle back.
We'll leave it with Nithy, see if she can figure anything out about it.
Very well. I will do my best. I will prioritize this as the fourth item after the box. She pets gently and just kind of eyes all of you. The box. But also the Morning Star and the whatever this, glasses are.
Yes, well, we'll probably stay on board until you're done. Just not leave any loose ends in case we forget. We have a busy schedule ahead of us.
Very
And in
well.
the meantime, we'll get the boys together to go.
All right. So that's probably convenient timing wise. It'll probably take like the 30 or 40 minutes to get all the people together. We'll say just for this, mark off. How much do you want to pay? The more you pay, the more people you'll probably entice. And then someone can make a persuasion check, whoever wants to, or intimidation if you want to go the intimidation route.
Yep.
So I don't actually know kind of like how valuable is a gold piece in this setting.
Gotcha. Let's see. So, for reference,
What's like a week's pay for one of these crewmen or something?
check my labor thing here. They would count technically as soldiers / mercenaries, probably in the unskilled variety, so they probably make 2 gold per day type deal. Yeah, but that's still a lot of money. It's just this lifestyle pays a lot, essentially.
Then I'd say 2 gold per man, double their pay.
All right.
Or I guess make pay on a day of no pay.
Yeah, that's true. So, you can do 2 gold per individual you want to try. If you want to make an intimidation check or persuasion check, and to try to lower that cost, you could.
I don't think Vic is trying to lower the cost.
Okay, very good. All right.
I think he's the type
you
that says,
guys-
fair work deserves fair pay.
All right, benefit of their labor. But you do see on the ship there are about 10 individuals available to be hired that are not scattered on the shore itself.
He'll probably give like a little baby rousing speech to them all and say, just in case any of you are unaware, our quartermaster is currently indisposed, and as such, I am the acting quartermaster from this day forward until you are informed otherwise. This will be your first tasks under your, I suppose, new form of leadership. I don't know what your experiences were with Yahweh. I seem to keep my distance from that type of interaction, but
One of the crewmen puts his hand up.
sure. Yeah.
Does this mean you're not going to finish my tattoo?
Oh, no, I of course will never abandon my own duties. They are not really work for me. They are, I do it for my own benefit,
Oh, cool.
of course.
Great.
In fact, if you all are interested, I will promise each of you a day's worth of pay for however long this could be. This journey may take a handful of hours, and you'll get a day's worth of pay. And
Sounds
perhaps
good,
I will
doesn't it?
throw in some ink for all of you.
Ooh.
As a sort
Sounds
of
like a good
commemorative, you are the first of the crew to work for the new quartermaster.
Yeah, I mean, like they all kind of give a resounding hold. Well, most of us are looking for coin. That's why we're here. Is it 2 gold? Fuck yeah! A few hours of work. Fuck yeah, we'll do it.
In fact, for 10 of you, I don't know if Yahweh had this sort of thing, but if I am to be acting quartermaster for a while, I would like to have a sort of a go-to team of people, you know? Ones I can entrust tasks to that can be sure they will be done swiftly, efficiently, and completely. If you all
Oh, yeah.
prove your worth, I will
Y'all
be...
always trusted me with the most important task. I was his favorite. You can count on me. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me as well.
Well, good.
That-
Prove yourselves. Do a good job.
I will make sure that you do not succumb to the poison.
What? What poison?
Yeah, those
All
probably
right,
going to be
everybody,
poisonous.
let's go.
But, you know, trust the new guy. He'll sort you out, whatever.
Okay.
It would be
It's
better
like,
if I could sleep, but anyway, we'll make do.
We may.
Your
we
lungs may
want
not.
To, we may want to source a wagon or cart or something of that nature to carry all this stuff with.
we got a cart.
Perfect, bring it.
Yeah.
If all of you do a good job, do a great job even, then I will have more work for you in the future. You will be my first ones to get extra pay.
All right. Sounds great.
As your first task, if you could defecate into this bucket.
Is he for real?
Did he stutter?
Sure. Like all at once, or?
If you're to be my special task force, you must
Whichever.
learn to shit upon command.
Whichever you prefer. I'm not picky, but time is of the essence. We are losing daylight, so altogether would be most beneficial.
He needs your
We'll do
shit
it like-
to make
we'll do
medicine
it like-
for me.
We'll do it like groups of 4, like so we can all.
Ah.
And they do. They line up in like groups of 4, take the bucket, and just back to back to back, plop down.
Just human centipede, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
You're all
Wow,
doing
right.
very good work.
You can add
He's
a
like
bucket,
sitting there telling them that. Yes, very good. Yeah.
petting them a little bit. Just yeah.
The like
Yes.
random crewmen on like the ships
I
next
can
door to us in the berthings are all like looking down on the deck of our ship, like, what in the f are they doing?
I could tell yours have great nutrients. You eat well.
Dry corn fed, all that. Yeah, you can
Is
add
this
a
free-range shit, or is it
You
lab
can-
grown?
you can add a bucket full of shit in your inventory. That's what you can do.
All right, great. I'll add that.
Jesus Christ!
Yep, that happened.
How much does bucket weigh?
7 pounds.
Jesus.
How much does the average poop
That's like
weigh?
10. That's like 10. It's like 10. It's like 10 minutes worth of shit. I guess that's close.
The
Some of them
average
shit more, some shit less.
bowel movement
Wow.
of a scurvied sailor.
You all look like you've lost a collective pound each. Some of you more. Some people might be getting overfed.
Oh,
God.
this is why our rations are going so quickly.
Lay off the coffee.
You take your bucket of shit. You have your
Take a
10
shit bucket.
crewmen, and they kind of are smellier now because none of them really have the proper utility. No one had a sponge stick or anything to clean themselves up after this, so they're kind of just pulling the trousers back up. And yeah.
Sanitary.
yeah,
Actually. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Okay. I
around
forgot
this
I can-
time,
as
the,
this was happening, everyone's shitting. I forgot I have prestidigitation. He's
they're gonna wipe their asses
he's
for them.
snuffing out the smell the whole
Okay.
time, and then after the fact is prestidigitizing things because it can instantaneously clean or soil an object. So he
So
will
You're wiping their
Some
asses for
cleanup.
them.
sort of like magically yeah, he's
Magically
like a
wiping their
magical
asses.
bidet. Yeah, that's me.
Got you. Just to clarify,
The magical
you're magically
bidet,
wiping their
correct.
asses. Yeah.
I could do that as well with an invisible hand.
Oh,
Oh god.
I
Well,
need each of you to cough.
that's a title there. Magical ass wiper. Cool.
See? My first task as quartermaster.
Wipe
Well,
the crew's ass.
If
Wow.
one thing can be said,
Excellent.
he takes excellent care of his crew.
He
I
does.
also have shape water. I could legitimately just magical bidet each of these people.
Just
I have
blast them.
performed worse tasks.
Okay, we'll move past this. But at this point, the items are getting identified. I'm gonna go ahead. You can actually. You see the loot boot?
Yep.
Actually, I'm gonna remake the loot icon into a normal loot sheet because it works pretty well as a tab. So hang on. Does it do a loot sheet? If you just go ahead and put the unidentified items in there, that way I can identify them a little easier. And I'm gonna go ahead and put the
In the loot boot.
oh no, the normal loot, the loot icon. I'm gonna that's probably
that
what I'm
one
gonna hand out.
doesn't have that one doesn't have an inventory section.
Yeah, that's why we made loot boot, I think.
Yeah, does it still not? Check again.
I don't
Close it.
see an
Check again.
inventory tab.
Oh, I see
Remember
the
you-
inventory tab on loot.
I don't.
Do you still not?
Let me try to put something in there. See if you can see it then. I'll put
In loot, right? The little purple bag.
my
Yeah, I
torches
made
in
it
there.
I made it a normal loot icon again.
I
So
put the
should
my torch in loot.
or a normal loot sheet.
Yep, it's there.
You don't see that, Vix?
Oh, it's in features.
Oh, you still have the default one.
Yeah, I see under the features
fine.
tab, then there's like an inventory section.
Yeah. If you press escape, everybody who is seeing a default character sheet like that, and then just
I'm
reload the
reloading.
application. Just because I did remake the sheet back into a normal loot sheet, and we'll just I'll probably use that to hand out loot normally, so to speak. But yeah,
I don't know where my maybe I never added it to my inventory.
Oh, there-
Like ship in a bottle.
it's in the ship storage.
Okay, I added.
Cursed bottle ship.
Nice. Okay. Oh. Okay, there's one. Oh, this is lagging. There we go. Here's the next one. And there you go. There's your two items. As oh, there's one more. Yeah, hang on. There. So I should kind of talk about each of these items. The first is this vicious morning star. If you strike particularly well with this weapon, do a little more of an impact. The second, these gaudy glasses, they'll let you see a little bit better. That's about it. However, the third, it seems to be a leftover shard from a creature known as an Aeon. This is a term for an inscrutable family of monitors who preserve the balance of the realms. If one side or one faction, so to speak, whether it be order or chaos, gets too powerful, they
intervene. This shard seems to suggest that this Aeon tried to intervene and was destroyed, shattered, split apart into little bits. This is one of those bits. It seems to be able to hold some sort of reality bending capabilities. And for
So-
reference, you as players know this, your characters don't, but this item can essentially be used once per session. But
Mm,
you as players don't know what a session is. So, or use characters rather, don't know what a session is. That's why it seems to randomly recharge. Because it depends on when the session is, essentially.
okay.
But but just to kind of explain to everybody real quick what it essentially does, it'll allow you all to kind of decide on a moment's notice. It doesn't require too or anything. It's just someone decides to use it, whoever's holding it per se. Or actually, any of you could theoretically like activate it. It kind of exists. It's a very weird item because it exists in all of your inventories at once per se. Technically, any of you in the group could technically use this item at any given time. And what it allows for you to do is to have advantage on a single check. This advantage can be applied after a roll or before a roll. It can also be applied after a result has been declared. So it's quite powerful in that regard.
Is this just skill checks, or does this apply to like saving throws and attack rolls?
Any kind of roll you want to use it for.
Okay, just any d20. Okay.
Yeah,
once per session MacGuffin.
Pretty much. But
Yep.
The trick is that the group, which I didn't actually write this part, but I should. The group, as you needs to unanimously or majority vote, needs to decide on what this role is for. If it is not, if the vote doesn't say, if the majority vote doesn't make it, if it's like split or most people say no, it'll just not use it, and then it'll go inert for a little bit, but you'll be able to reuse it in that session. But you essentially have like a moment to talk about what you should use this item for, or what you should use this point for.
Okay. So it's like it's this object that we'll say one of us carries. I'm assuming Vix is just going to keep it. But like all of us are kind of like attuned to it, quote unquote, and other people can use it.
It'll essentially
From
appear
Vix's
in
own
whoever. Yeah, it'll appear in whoever's hand of whoever wants to try to use it.
It's for that moment where like, somebody must roll a stealth check to destroy the big bad evil everything. And
This is the important role of the session that
this
you
is
want to
the
make
role.
sure. Yeah.
Okay.
And you all kind of agree on it. And the fun thing about it is that this discussion is telepathically in character. So it's going to be your characters making the arguments of why your characters want to use it, which can lead to a lot of interesting role play, because it's not just a purely mechanical thing. It's like if your character has something they really care about, you'll probably have to give your case as to why the others should let you use it.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Vix is gonna take his. He's gonna take the shard, and he's gonna take those stylish glasses.
Nice.
He doesn't care about this morning star.
And as you're looking on, she looks looks towards the bottle, looks with you. As far as I can tell, this bottle was made by something far more devious than an enchantment. This does seem to be a curse of some sorts, but I can't identify its particulars. Although, I would treat it as a forewarning. I would not want to meet the same fate of this crew. She taps on the glass. Whatever happened to them, I would love to find out. If any of you find a way to communicate with them, that would probably be helpful. But here are your items. I hope that was helpful for you.
Yes, very much so.
Harkin picks up the bottle and he kind of like looks into it, shakes it around a little bit more, and then he's gonna take it down to his. He takes it down to his quarters where he was keeping it before, and he pulls out like a grease pencil, and he's just gonna write on the side of the bottle, "What happened?" ? And then he puts it on the shelf and then he walks out of the room.
Okay. All right. We'll see
Leave
if they
them to
figure out
ponder.
something with there. It's all backwards because you wrote it like normal ways for them, but for them it's
Yeah,
like
exactly.
or mirror. Yeah.
It's just like,
Yeah.
they'll figure it out. Punk.
Well,
Oh.
Gargamir, do you want this nasty-looking thing? I mean, you were there. You were part of this.
I would not really find much use in that.
I see. Perhaps another crewman, or perhaps we could just sell it. It's aesthetically on theme for the Dread Spire. Could perhaps go for a high price. Nithi, do you have any expertise on the potential value of this thing, this worth?
Let me see. She kind of eyes it for a moment. Where did I put that sneaky little item?
Would we know? Is there like a market somewhere that like
Yeah, there are places you can buy and sell
treasures
things.
I mean, it's a pirate cove. I would assume that there's like
Right, and like there's other
treasure
captains and
bazaar.
crew and other
Yeah.
officers and stuff that aren't from our boat, and you
Well,
know,
and
other
you
people have
walked in,
money.
and like at the docks, you saw like a tons of merchant stalls, like setting up, pondering, selling goods that they've kind of found on their travels, various qualities, some
Liberated.
magical, some not. Yeah, liberated is a good way to do it.
Liberated.
But so this is a rare magical item. She looks rare, has a good middle ground. I would say you could make 600 gold off of this. Well, 600 gold is the value that a merchant would put on it. You could probably easily sell it for half that cost. But if you were persuasive enough, you might be able to sell it for more.
Maybe we can trade it for something
Perhaps.
Right.
more useful for us.
Perhaps we'll give these markets a gander when we have time.
After we get back with the cannon, boys are waiting with the cart. We ought to get on a move on.
Right. Do you mind carrying this lunk of metal, Hurricane? It's a little heavy for me.
I put it in my pocket.
Go ahead
Takes it
and grab it from the loot section and then delete it from the loot section for me.
Can I just do this?
Theoretically. Maybe. I don't know what it is you're doing, but maybe.
It threw it onto my sheet, but
Did it? Yeah, I think you might have to delete it manually from
yeah,
the.
I'll delete it
there you go.
from the sheet. It went onto my sheet, so I've got it in my weapons now. Maybe I'll use it. We'll see.
Right. But are you all ready to depart for the cache to kind of reclaim whatever goods were there?
Yeah.
Yeah, Vix is he's still a little encumbered from all this new shit that he's got. He's probably gonna like go by his room and just dump some things. He's got some extra stuff that he doesn't need.
Yeah.
I'm also
You can just
encumbered
throw that
from the
into the-
shit. Can I dump my
Oh.
shit in your room?
Sure.
You can
Okay.
use the estate storage or the ship storage, whichever you prefer. For like just dumping shit. It isn't an infinite storage, but for like your purposes, you could probably throw a ton of items in there and not have to worry about it. So the ship storage, of course, is the benefit; it'll go with you. The estate storage will always be here on the island.
Safe to assume we probably have had enough time to constitute a short rest.
You have to spend like a full hour short resting. You could have hearkened because you haven't really been, doing anything particular besides just getting everyone
Can
rallied
Gragmir?
up.
Gragmir's really good. He's been watching people poop.
Yeah, you could as well.
Watching people poop. Oh god.
And Vix is still injured a little bit, and poisoned.
There you are. Fuck it. Why not? You can all do it. I'll add another 15 minutes.
Okay.
I'll add another 15 minutes onto the timer, and then all of you can do it. There you go.
And can Gragmir also do his live stream?
Yeah. If you want to explain how that works, everybody, as you make these.
All right. Well, he takes mistletoe and he punches down into the shit, and then he casts his spell. So it's very similar to Goodberry, but we do a spell casting check instead of doing 1d1. We up it to 1d2 if it is over 15, and then equal to the amount of berries over the 15 that I can roll. So see how well that goes. I guess I could just do like a normal spell attack roll.
Anybody want some of this jerky I made while we've been just hanging out here?
Uh,
Made some jerky, some long pork jerky. Oh no, it's just extra hit points. Never mind.
Vix is vegetarian.
And then long for that. He'll make special treats for Vix. He'll make like, it'll just be like leaves and stuff, and Vix will like choke
Like
them down just out of
Dope
like
seaweed or something. Seaweed
yeah,
jerky.
pretty much. Yeah,
Hell yeah.
exactly.
Or he's a vegetarian, might be the term pescatarian. Is probably the better one. He eats
He'll
fish.
eat fish. Okay, so like some smoked salmon.
Oh hell
Fish
yeah!
jerky.
We did get that like rainbow fish thing.
Yeah,
Good.
There you
I've still
go. Yeah,
got it.
he'll totally be down for that.
I remember what it was for. No flying trout. Magic dudes would like scales on these fishins. That's what I have written down here.
I have a question. In the ship storage, is there a way to add like other categories so that we can all have our own little section?
No, but I could add like new ship storages with quotations that are like your quarters, their quarters, etc. Be very easy for me to do.
Yeah, probably, because I'm about to dump like a pretty sizable amount of just stuff that I've carried with me this whole time, but I've never had any actual use to carrying it. I assume that it's always been in his room. He's
Sure,
never used any of this stuff.
Vix's ship storage, well, I'll call this one. Should see that there under ship storage. I'm gonna do one
Meanwhile-
for each of you.
Awesome.
Meanwhile, Harkin just carries like almost all of his stuff with him all the time. It's just like a big sack he keeps on a rope tied around his shoulders.
Yep.
Nothing he has
Oh.
is all that like heavy.
Yeah, you're so strong. I don't think I'll have to worry about this for a while. But I will add a ship storage for you just in case you ever have to use it. And then I'm gonna go ahead and add one more. Eventually, I'll sort the permissions so only you guys can access your own relative ones to make it easier. But for now, you can all access each of yours. But we'll fix that later. Because I think after like you guys had to leave the game and rejoin for the permissions update, I don't care right now.
Yeah.
So Gregomir's ship storage. There you go. There you go.
and then he's gonna immediately eat one of his shrooms.
Okay, so you all see as like he dives his hand into this bucket of shit, and then with the mistletoe, it begins to sprig to life as all of these various colorful mushrooms begin to sprig out of the top of this disgusting pile. The mushrooms look quite tasty.
Yeah, and some of them look more potent than others, but he's gonna take one of the less looking potent ones, just rip it out, and just immediately just bite down on the cap and eat it.
There you go.
And then
Start
over
munching.
time, he's gonna get that health back.
In about 10 minutes, you'll gain the HP.
Ah, delicious.
Ugh.
Would you like one?
Things that make you go. "Bah." Actually, yeah. Harkin's like, I'll try one of yours if you try one of mine. He takes some unidentifiable jerky out
Of
of one of his
course.
pockets.
And he gives you another one of the like plainer looking shrooms. He takes your jerky.
Tosses back the shroom, eats it.
Takes a while. After 10 minutes or so, you do feel a little better.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, you gain 1 HP, I think.
Yeah, 1 HP. And then the ones that rolled
Yeah.
over 15 are 2 HP.
I was at 61 out of 63. So I get
Nice.
back.
But you can eat as many mushrooms as there are, essentially. It's just it takes 10 minutes
Well,
to kind of get them to work.
If you eat the jerky, it's an extra D8 on a short rest for healing.
Oh, very nice.
Aha, very good.
Because it's not my special jerky. The special jerky would be like the 8 hours long rest thing I can do.
Jerky.
There's long rest, make treats, equal proficiency. They last 8 hours. Creature can use a bonus action to eat one and gain 10 hit points equal to my proficiency bonus. And it's always man jerky. long pork.
All right.
Delicious long
So,
pork.
All
Enjoy
right,
your
I've
short
sufficiently
rest.
dumped my stuff, and Vix is carrying negative 2.3 pounds.
Hell yeah! You're
Excellent.
so light.
Basically floats.
Uh huh. Ooh, leaving a
Even
crossbow
though-
behind. Interesting.
Do coins have weight?
I think they calculate automatically. Like I think they do. So,
Okay, I have
but it's
the-
like
the-
1,000.
I have like the huge, the bag of just an obscene number of coins, and it doesn't. It's just an object that doesn't have weight. But I said it's fine. It's not going to encumber me.
Yeah, you're good right now. It's like 1,000 coins equals weight, and then it's like every 1,000
okay.
coins or so. So
They
you're good.
do automatically calculate because I just deleted my 186 copper
There
coins
you go.
to just
Hmm.
see, and it changed it by like 2 pounds on my.
Yeah,
calculator.
they calculate if you put it in the thing, but since you're keeping it in that bag, it's weightless for now. Since you're so light, I'm not gonna worry about it. But if you were like on the border, I'd probably be like, that bag might tilt you over. Yeah.
Also, these men that we're taking, Vix paid them in advance, from his own funds. So it was how many of these guys?
How many you wanted?
Hello?
There's 10 available.
I'd say take them all.
Take all 10. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll pay them. I'll spend 20 of my gold.
Okay.
I'll
There you go.
throw it. Do 10. I'll throw in 10 as well.
Okay.
Just because I've got a good amount of money just sitting that I don't do anything with.
This bag of coins I'm carrying, it's like a little silly how much money this is. So like we have money
Fair enough.
right
I've
now.
got,
huh?
I'm sitting on 2 platinum and 233 gold.
It's very
Yeah.
good
No.
to
This is
take them
this is a
all
lot.
because
You
if
got
they
a lot of money on
fall,
that.
I
cash.
can still use their bodies and they can still work. It's very good.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. We'll take all. 10.
Yeah,
Okay.
you do have. I was looking at that number. You do have a lot of
That's a
gold in there.
lot.
Yeah. You buy some
I'm
good shit with that.
calculating it all right now to see roughly how much it is.
It's
We should go shopping. We need
almost
to go.
500 gold.
We need to go.
560.
We need to go. and,
593 gold, 6 silver, 5 copper is just in this
Ooh.
bag alone.
Whew.
yeah, we oughta go and get this. Go get this scavenging trip dealt with, and then we can come back and
Yep.
go shopping.
Shopping.
We gotta sell
Alright.
this Morning Star or trade it, and we're gonna spend some gold.
Yep.
I gotta give some of this funds to the other officers, to Jiven and whoever else I assigned to the task. Roz.
Yeah.
Jiven and Roz. Yeah, I'll pay them extra.
For the funeral, which you wanted that done before the end of shore leave, right?
Yeah. That's gonna
Yeah.
be like, I'm planning that to be like our last day on shore leave before we depart. Like the night before we leave is gonna be the send off for Gray.
Very cool. Okay, so as we're just quickly take care of the scavenging a little bit here, so I can get on to the rest of the stuff here. You guys all begin to head back towards a similar trail, back towards the cache. So I will need survival checks from whoever's helming this expedition. You can do it with advantage if Harkin's helping whoever. Which is
Yep.
probably good old Gragomir with his plus 8,000.
And then also
think he's only got a +5 on
the
survival.
+4 D4 thing, whatever it's called. What's it
Guidance.
called?
Guidance.
Guidance. Yeah, that's the word. Survival.
13. Unfortunately,
Was Harkin helping this?
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
Advantage.
Should have rolled.
Oh, advantage. Very good.
Wow.
I've always liked the like method of using guidance where it's just like whenever you're in a non-stressful situation, you just kind of assume that like everyone's slightly more
That they're
lucky.
being
around.
guided. Yeah.
It depends on the situation. Like if it's like one of these where you're like you're about to start navigating, you can easily just tap yourself in guidance. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The way I always rule it is like if time is not like if it's not a critical time thing,
just always
and
assume
also
you have
you're
it.
not concentrating on a spell already.
Yeah.
Then like,
'Cause-
just
'cause-
whatever.
Because guidance is an action and it's concentration. So it's like
Yeah.
if you don't have 6 seconds to cast a spell per se, like if it's a knowledge check, you really
Yeah.
can't guide yourself on a knowledge check because your brain's instantly firing off, kind of thing. But yeah, 25. That's enough. You start to navigate through the wasteland once more and don't run into any issues. You can go ahead and roll one more for me. think it was 3. Maybe it was 4. Did I write it down? Thought I did. 25 again. Damn. Nice.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
The D4 only rolled once.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't matter if
Yeah, the
because
D4 doesn't
the
hold
D20 is
advantage.
advantaged.
Yeah, fair.
But it's yeah. Anyways,
I just thought it was cool. It knew that.
I think it was 4 times. So we're gonna do 4. So go ahead and roll another one.
It was 3 actually.
3?
Yeah,
Oh, it was
sweet.
4. It was 3. Okay, I'll do 3.
Okay, why didn't you believe me when I said it?
Yeah, I didn't believe it until 2 Yule said it. to
So it
confirm.
gave you advantage on your persuasion check.
Yeah, exactly.
Bullshit.
Uh, 26. And you do manage to arrive back at the cache with little issue. So I'll like kind of just quickly glaze over what you guys get here. So
Harkin,
if you
Harkin
go-
basically tells the crew, like, all right, boys, take everything what's not nailed down, and then they just go for it.
Gotcha. So if someone go to the crew rations for me, you gain 4 weeks of food rations. You can add that to your crew rations. It's its own tab on the PC section.
I got it.
And then if you go to the vehicles section, go to the Hellspawn Corsair, and go to cargo and crew, you gain 20 sets of munitions, so 20 more munitions, and you gain 10 ship repair supplies. You also find 3 tattoo supplies.
Ooh, that was one
Yeah.
that's on my shopping list. So
Yeah.
3 tattoo supplies, so we're at 4 total.
4 total, that's right.
Okay, and how much did? Because right now the only thing that I have is just the flaming chain tattoo thing. Did I have any just to start with, like just default ones?
You had the fully upgraded version of the barrier tattoo that you can add on to. That's the only one that you started with per se. That was a recipe.
So the barrier tattoo is the one that he just knew kind of like before game start, and then he's got
Yeah.
this recipe for
The
this
one
chain one.
He'd been like
Correct.
working on it on Harkin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I assume.
So what's the tattoo supply cost to upgrade Harkin's barrier tattoo?
I believe I made a note of this. Let me go check.
Because that seems pretty relevant.
Oh, it
I
looks
think
like
the
it
only
didn't.
thing I think
What
I
are you at? You're at rare or uncommon? You're on uncommon.
I have AC 17, but I think it adds my strength, which is
Oh, yeah,
5,
check-
so that means the
Check
12
your inventory
the
and see
item,
if
yeah.
it says rare or uncommon on
uncommon.
barrier tattoo. Uncommon.
Uncommon. Yeah.
Okay, so the uncommon one.
12 plus dex, but I have that thing that lets me use my buffness.
Mm-hmm.
We'll say it'll cost you 5 tattoo supplies. Make a note of that
Okay,
for
cool.
me.
I would
That's
just be
5 more tattoo
careful
supplies.
because AC calculations don't stack. So if you have one thing that uses your AC and then the barrier is Dex, barrier is specifically Dex. You couldn't like switch that out for strength. That's just like your normal class thing that's strength.
I have no idea.
That's a good point.
Discussion, but I don't really know.
That's a very good point. So while
Well,
while
that
you
was
aren't
Harkin's
wearing
starting magical item too.
yeah,
Yeah.
but while you aren't wearing armor, the tattoo grants you an armor class of 15 plus your Dex modifier.
It was 12 plus dex.
Yeah.
Which is probably worse than just plain plus strengths.
Yeah.
Either
I mean,
like
if
Harkin
just-
start
if
with,
it
you know,
didn't do anything.
a special version of this tattoo, or like need to change up your magic item or something.
But that was
Because that
the
seems relatively useless for you.
only reason I went with that thing was because I just didn't want to wear armor and I could be a boss ass
Yeah.
shark with a big ass tattoo.
I
Let
mean,
me
we
look
have
at
a
the.
we have
Is
a
it the,
custom tattoo ideas section. Can we have a Harkin tattoo, the Kraken
Mhm.
tattoo or whatever? That's it's your AC 15 plus strength or something like that. I don't know.
What's the well? Hang on. What's the feat that gives you that, real quick?
It's,
Because
it's the custom like class ability.
yeah.
Let me
Do we
see.
have it on the sheet?
Yes.
Does it
Somewhere.
say if it says that you may use your strength in place of your dex, then I think that totally works. If it's like and if it's an
Yeah.
unarmored
AC
unarmored
calculations,
defense, then it's a
To my
calculation, then it wouldn't
knowledge,
work.
don't really do that.
Yeah, they don't.
It says you can use your strength instead of your dexterity when determining your AC.
Wow, I
It's
actually think that is exactly the verbiage that you do need to work because it's not unarmored defense where it says your
It's under-
AC is, you know,
Brawling. is what
yeah,
it
or
is.
10 plus Dex plus
I'll
Constitution.
make a
or
ruling
something.
here. I'll make a ruling here. Your AC is not insanely high. It's 17. I'm gonna allow it to work. I'm gonna allow it
Okay.
to use the strength there because one, it's a homebrew thing. It's a homebrew like feat that like lets you use your strength instead.
It's like
To me,
it's my like
that
class
means
ability.
yeah.
thing.
To me, that means use your strength instead of your dex for armor calculation. For your like, if you were wearing
Yeah.
armor, it would use your strength instead of this. So, the barrier tattoo to me also means it's like it's taking the place of armor. So it is gonna like work the same way there. I would say.
And the subclass one, that's not an AC calculation. That's a substitute. The AC calculations are like unarmored defense, and those explicitly say the reason why they don't change or whatever is because it specifically says your armor class equals 10 plus your dex modifier plus your
Right.
constitution modifier.
It's not a-
So that's why you
it's not a
can't have like
substitution, it's a
like
separate
monk and
calculation.
barbarian stack where you can't add your dex plus your con plus your wisdom. The calculations don't blend, but that feature says you can
Yeah.
substitute strength for
You
dex.
can, you
While
can
I'm
I'm
not
gonna-
saying we shouldn't do it, I would say in an argument against that, that's probably because this is a poorly worded class.
Correct. I
This
agree.
is
Yes.
poorly
Oh, it
worded.
is.
Fucking, they don't
Homebrew.
give a shit.
Homebrew.
Homebrew class.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I agree.
I think rules as intended would be AC calculation.
Right.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I think it's poorly worded for sure. But my interpretation of how it should be is that this would apply if you were wearing armor. Like if you were wearing like a full set of plate armor, you could use your strength instead.
Saying AC calculation is like saying ATM machine. Wow, I'm an idiot, dude. What a fucking
Yeah.
moron I am.
Wait, what?
Armor calculation is
this
AC.
It's
Armor
it's
class.
armor class.
So you'd be fine.
Whoa, getting in
AC
line.
is armor class.
Whoa,
Okay, you're good.
whoa.
One of those.
Whatever, you're good. Whatever it is, I'm gonna say it takes place with your dex modifier in this situation, so you're okay,
I'm not
regardless
worried
of
about it
the.
either way.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
cool. So
Otherwise,
then
your
on our-
AC would be like 12.
It would
So
be-
on our
it would
shop
be
then,
beautiful.
getting some tattoo
Uh,
supply. Because if we get one more tattoo supply, then I can upgrade your tattoo.
Cool.
Okay. You could easily find at least one, so mark off 100 gold, and there you go.
Oh, it's just 100 gold?
Yeah, they're 100 gold per tattoo supply.
Oh, bow. Yeah, easy. Boom.
I don't know
Wow.
what the I don't know. Well, I don't know what the uncommon. So there isn't there 3 tiers?
There's
Yeah.
4.
Yeah,
Three, I
there's
think.
a legendary
Those
tier.
Oh, there's a legend.
Well, there's 4.
Ooh.
I thought there was legendary. I thought it
There
goes
is.
uncommon, rare, very rare, and
Oh,
then a
no.
legendary.
There's not a legendary one for this. There are legendary tattoos, but this one does not have a legendary status.
Okay.
It
is
has
that I don't
rare,
know-
uncommon, very rare.
I actually don't know if the higher tiers would actually do much for me. So
The
I'll
very
have
rare
to
would.
figure that out later.
The rare adds it makes it higher, right?
So
The-
rare
if
would be
it-
the same.
Rare sets
Rare
it to
would-
18 flat. Rare is 15 plus
15
strength
plus
mod.
dex, max
plus
of
two.
2.
Max of 2.
So it'd be
which would
17.
get me to 17 because I already have maxed out strength. I'm at
Right.
20.
Oh.
So
The only one that would ever help is the very rare, which would get you to 18. And that'd be very expensive to do. It'd be a very expensive AC bump.
Yeah, then never mind. Fuck your upgrading your magical tattoo. Vix will continue to work on the piece to finish it for you, but maybe
We'll find
not
some-
imbuing
we'll
a ton of magic.
find some other cool tattoo to just add.
Make
on
it to
top.
the fiery chain.
Yes,
Fire
we
chain's
do
pretty
have a cool, but how much?
It
How
says
much
it
is
on
a
the
fire
item.
It does. Okay. 6 supplies to add this one.
That's not too far off either. Get 4. Be
Let's
200
wait
more
for our-
gold.
Let's finish our looting and wait for our shopping trip.
True,
This
true.
one doesn't say. This one doesn't say what rarity this one is. Is there rarity versions of this, or is this some custom one
No,
you made?
it's just that one, unfortunately.
Okay. Well,
But
Yeah,
anyways,
this. If I gave you this one, then your unarmed attacks are considered magical, which is probably pretty important because I don't know if yours are considered magical. And you also get +1 to your attack and damage rolls. Harken. If I just put this on, you were even like in addition to all the flame chain, cool grapple stuff, it
That'd
just
be neat.
straight up makes your punching better.
you become a
I'll have to read it.
scorpion.
I'll have to read it again later.
Anyways,
Okay.
yeah, you
I'll-
guys
I'll
are
buy
still
2
at the.
supplies if that's possible.
Oh, not back at town yet, but you can when you get back to town, because you're still at the scavenging thing. So
Don't
you
worry.
gather
we'll
up
go
all that
shopping.
shit, and yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and add the 30-pound cannon to the ship storage. Actually, it is big enough that it takes up the spot of 2 cannons. That is one of the trade-offs of it. It also uses up more ammunition. But
So if question, just mechanically, ship mechanics, if it takes up the spot of 2 of our cannons, but our cannons are broadsides and there's one 30-pound cannon, is this like on a swivel and we can fire it on either beam? Or
It's
is
going to be
this-
on one side. You would need two 30-pound cannons
have
on
to
each side.
pick one side for
Yeah,
that one.
yeah.
But it replaces 2 on that side.
Right.
Got it.
But it does 10d10 bludgeoning damage instead of the normal 40-10.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great trade-off. So we'll just have a favored side.
Yeah.
Cool.
Until we find another 30 pound.
But it also uses 3 munitions to fire instead of 1. And
That's
on a
right.
natural 1, the cannon misfires, causing 5d10 fire damage to the hull itself and the creatures firing the
5d10.
cannon.
Oh,
It's all right. Won't even make
Well,
that
it's okay. We have, in the event that we get into ship combat, we'll probably have this Aeon shard thing.
Yeah, right. There we go.
Yeah, that's probably a
I'm
good
not-
expenditure to not have our ship explode.
Explode?
I'm
Yeah.
not worried about it. We've only had ship combat once. It'll be fine.
Exactly. But yeah, if you guys want to install it, let me know and I can swap it out for you.
Well,
Yeah, once we get Clat or whatever,
Once you get
we'll
back
probably send
down, yeah.
Clat to come back to the ship and get to work on this.
Okay, so for sake of brevity here, you guys gather up all the rest of the supplies, and now you're starting to make the trek back. I need another 3 survival checks from you.
so we basically boil it down to the cannon, the
Tattoo supplies,
tattoo
food
Tattoo
supplies,
supplies,
and
munitions.
shipwreck supplies,
Yeah.
and
everything
munitions.
else we had already absconded with.
Oh. With that natural 20, I will
Hell
allow you
yeah.
that to count for the 2 of the legs of the journey. And fucking A, dude. Holy
Advantage.
shit. Yeah, that's
Powerful.
some. Yeah, 19 to 6. 20 and 14. Actually, your first rolls were higher on all 3. So like the first roll is the good one. Holy
I
shit.
rested on my laurels on the way back. You guys have got it from here.
Yeah.
I'll help
No
out.
one can turn into a horse anyways. That'd be absurd.
Yes.
Totally, totally fine.
Now, what would you all say if someone could be a horse and carry this cart? Not saying I could or anyone could. That's ridiculous.
That'd be
So you have a-
fantastic. I love it.
A
Okay.
bright future in theater.
Get back to work, you.
You go, sir. Heave.
Usually
sure-
it
I
takes
don't
2
think-
actors to portray a horse, but if you could do it on your own, I assume you would get double the pay.
Just for a note, I don't think that Harkin actually ever pays attention to any of the crew members' names. I don't think he knows any of them. They're all just like interchangeable pieces
Same.
of like. Yeah.
Well, if we use these guys more than once for this type of job, then might perhaps have to get a name for our little suicide squad here.
You can ask any of their names, and I'll get you one. But
Yeah.
right now, it's like Schrodinger's name.
Perfect.
Simultaneously has and does not have a name at the moment. But
He has one.
Uh,
Do we know it? No.
right, exactly.
Do we care?
No, but so yeah, with that it's a. Let me actually mark off the time. You're getting back around 7 o'clock as you're you go pretty fast because of this,
Take long at all.
incredible survival guide.
We've done this before. Yeah, where were you the first time?
I was very tired.
Uh,
I was still rubbing my wrists. They hurt. The ropes were tight.
That's fair. You were bound for a while.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
Sun
You
is
arrived
up.
back.
And I was thinking about how
In the
ridiculous it
Dreadspire
would be
town?
to be a horse.
Arrived back in the Dreadspire town. Yeah, and you guys want to do some shopping?
First, I think we get back to the ship and probably send one of the
Yeah.
crew members like on ahead as we get back to the main town area. Harkin would have sent one of the crew guys that came with us ahead to go like find Clat and bring him to the ship to meet us as we got there. And then we,
Oh,
like,
like
bring
once
all
we
the
got
stuff
out of the
back to
poison
the ship.
gas, send one of these guys to run off ahead because
Yeah,
he's
it's a
probably a lot
runner.
faster.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
we're hauling all this crap. We're going to the ship. Go get Clat, and then when we get to the ship, Harkin's just, "Oi, Goblin! We found this big ass cannon. Figure out where it needs to go on the ship." And then he just like walks away.
Okay, bye.
Leave it up to your expertise. Pick a favored side.
Yeah, I like left.
Have fun with the new giant ass cannon.
Left, very wise choice.
These other 2 cannons that we're replacing, let's load those up in the cart, man, and get these to the market.
Are we allowed to sell parts of the ship? I guess if we're upgrading.
I mean, oh yeah, I didn't even think to ask that. I assumed that we can.
The captain's not- The captain's not there to stop you.
No.
Yeah. I mean,
as well.
unless like Clat wants us to keep these two around as like spares in case the others get destroyed. I don't know.
For sentimental purposes.
I feel like
Ah,
Clat's the type
yeah.
of dude who completely abandons sentimental attachment to small cannons when big cannon is an option.
Big cannon, good. Small cannons, I don't care about anymore. In fact, if we could get all big cannons, we'd be set.
I agree.
Right, excellent. Sounds
Yeah,
like a
so
plan.
let's wheel these off as well.
All right. Don't we have an extra ballista as well?
We do.
Just a
Yep,
spare
because
one?
you have the do you have the grapple? You have the harpoon installed right now.
The
Yeah.
Harbin one installed, so we have one ballista in our cargo hold.
Basic standard bog standard ballista. Yeah, we haul that shit off too. Take everything to the market.
For the 2 cannons you sell, and did I put a cost on these cannons? Let's hope I did, because my life easy. Didn't. Sick.
2 cannons and 1 ballista.
We'll say that nets you 700 gold.
I'm just gonna add that to this sack,
Sack of
just for
cash.
ease of tracking. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna
Yep.
keep using this sack to track. Like, this is our fat lump sum. That's like not for ship. Like, it's not divided into shares. It's just this is like our joint bank account.
We're gonna buy
Gotcha.
cool shit with it. Yeah.
And I'm gonna try to get those in platinum pieces if that's possible.
You,
70
you could
platinum.
you could get it traded eventually in this town. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
So you do 70 platinum, and that gets you rid of those 2 cannons, gets rid of the extra ballista, and yeah, now you're free to do whatever you want to do next.
All right, so we have an absolute ridiculous amount of gold. We have like close to 1,500 just alone with before we even go peddling this mace. We have a lot of money.
I think we could go see if we can find like somewhere that might be like a like a bazaar where people just kind of like are trading
Yeah.
whatever they find, and then like
That's pretty much right next to the docks. You walk through that when
Yeah.
you got there. It's like this
maybe we
big
can, like,
open trading ground. Yeah.
find somebody like anybody that might be willing to trade for this Morning Star that we don't actually
Yeah.
want.
Vix has he already has something on his shopping, 2 somethings on his shopping list rather.
So, for the sake of
probably aren't expensive.
brevity here, you guys are going to go to the market. You can get 300 gold if you're going to sell it for the raw coin. I'd say just the default like trade-in value of the mace
Mhm.
will also probably be about 300 coin unless you try to persuade because merchants. So you can try to persuade or intimidate to get that value up.
Doesn't somebody around here have like a distort value?
I do.
The captain did.
I do as well. I can distort the value of things to make them seem more or less expensive. Because we had that pearl inlaid thing.
Yeah.
Did we end up selling that, or
We sold it
At the ship, I think.
I think
the
we
ship
gave
merchant.
it to Nithy, I thought.
Maybe.
It might just be left in her thing, but
I think you gave it. I thought you gave it to the ship merchant to trade for some items when you ran into the
Yeah,
Fire
'cause we
Lord ship merchant.
that might have
stole
been
it
it.
from the casino ship, and then we
Yeah, we stole
out
it from the Vegas ship. But yeah, I do have distort value, but
I was just gonna see if there was any like random whatever items might be on for.
yes, I think Bard like trading this might be something more that we're going for, especially because it's very aesthetically Dreadspire, so he might be able to get
I will
some
say-
value out of a collector.
If you're gonna trade it, it's gonna it by default the trade value is the same. But if you try to trade it, the persuasion check / intimidation check to raise the price on that item will be less if you're trying to trade it instead of just
Sure.
sell it for coin. Yeah,
It just
Yeah, let's
it's
depends.
trade
easier to.
It depends on what's available to trade it for.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, I don't. Depends on what we can find.
Well, whoever wants to try to find items to buy will just make an investigation check. Whoever wants to helm that
Yeah, I'll do
expedition.
that. I'm real good at those. Vix is one of the things that I guess he's wanting to buy. Oh wait, no, we have Nithy. He doesn't need to do that. So one of the things on his list to get is he's tired of carrying around this giant harpoon gun, and he's basically just going to leave it on board the ship for ship stuff. So he's looking for a hand crossbow. He's trying to find like the nicest one that he can, I guess.
Okay.
He wants something small and compact, or even like even it doesn't have to be a hand crossbow. I forget that guns are a thing. Maybe just try to find like, the most ornate pistol he can find.
Okay.
And then anything else anyone else is particularly after?
Anything that can increase Harkin's ability to punch things. But
I'm gonna tattoo you up. Oh, tattoo supply. That's the other one we're looking for.
or just other tattoo designs.
Yeah. Okay,
True.
so tattoo supplies, tattoo recipe,
It's like super fancy.
a gun. Anything Gragomir's wanting?
All I could really use is a better
You have an
shield.
unlimited supply of human shit, so
Yes, then never mind. I need nothing.
a
I have
shield.
no wants.
Maybe like a sentinel shield if we want to be very specific and looking for that kind of
Sentinel
thing.
would be helpful.
Okay, so
Okay.
yeah, that's what we're looking for. A magic hand crossbow or pistol, a sentinel shield if possible, and then tattoo stuff.
Make a investigation check.
Is
Mark,
anyone
let
else
me know.
proficient in it? Okay. Cool.
I don't know. I don't think I'm proficient.
So do we need to be proficient to help?
I would say for this particular thing, for aiding in this, you would need to be proficient.
I'm
But
proficient.
you could theoretically use other skills to try to aid here, if you have a good argument for it.
I can try to look around with perception, just like do quick glances about like what stalls might try to be might seem the most to our interest.
Harkin,
Sure.
Make a perception check, and I'll say if you roll above 12, you can add aid. Yeah.
And they can also
You have advantage.
do the thing.
Which thing?
You know,
Guidance.
the thing, guidance.
the thing.
The thing
Yeah,
we don't
yeah,
speak
yeah.
of.
Yeah, the thing you never talk about, so I don't ban it. Got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luckily, you have advantage.
But he's also
I do have
poisoned,
advantage.
isn't he? He's a poisoned one.
Oh, you
I am
are still
poisoned.
poisoned.
Oh yeah, it would have been made more sense to have Gragmir do this then. I forgot about poison.
It's unfortunate. But as you're
Um,
looking around,
Wait, this
with,
is the evening, right?
Yes.
You all feel
go.
a ping in your head. I want to use the space thing.
No, why don't we just go? We're in the market. Why don't we just go and find some like antitoxin for 10 gold and just have you guzzle it down? Call it
The
good.
check's already happened, unfortunately.
No,
Yeah, I'm gonna use the Aeon thing then, if that's
So-
cool with everyone.
Now, for the first time of using it, you whoosh, all four of you are in this mental meeting space. This just seems like this internal black void with like slight dots of stars off in the distance, and you're all sitting around a little table that's made of like this ethereal. It's like the same darkness, but it has like a white outline that so you can see where it is. And the chairs you're sitting in. You all look around, you see each other, and you're all here to talk about. Should we use the Aeon Shard?
Vix is at the head of a
For this
table
investigation
with a
check.
projector screen pulled in and a laser
PowerPoint's
pointer
up,
showing a
and
PowerPoint
just like-
presentation of why we should use it for this specific purpose. Reason 1, magic item good. Reason 2, it's nighttime.
Yes.
Well,
we,
but it's
we don't know
per-
when this recharges. It could be
We don't.
tonight. It could be in the morning. It could be a year from now.
Meta, it is per session.
Meta is
So
per
It's
session.
not per
Yeah.
day. It's per session.
But your characters just have you
We
like
have no
inherently
idea.
don't know when it recharges.
Anyways, he's arguing for it.
Yeah, but those are the points listed. Anyone, any counterpoints or anything else you want to put down?
I'm worried about what other things we could come across before we have use of this again, but these magic items would be helpful.
Is that a yay or a nay?
Harkin, what do you say?
Fuck it.
Yeah,
We're doing it
team
live.
fuck- Hashtag fuck it.
Hashtag fuck it. We're doing it live.
Okay.
Just treat this like action surge. Use it when you can.
Yeah, right. Why not?
Before you're dead.
Exactly.
So that's
right.
3
Die
yeses?
horribly in the next combat.
And then
You
plus
still got your
another one.
D4.
I assume that we just keep this in guidance roll,
Oh, true.
which was a 1, so it's an 11.
11. That's different than a 9. But yeah, you see the Aeon Stone whoosh as you're all thrust back into reality, and you see, Vix is about to go towards one of these stalls, but then he goes 5 feet over to the next stall. That seems to have almost the exact same items, maybe slightly different. So, with a 10, you guys can check the shop display of what you find. You do manage to find, because a pistol would not be too difficult to find. You find
Add
one of these
antitoxin to the list.
toxin to the list. you'd be able to find like a cure-all for poison. Not a cure-all, but like something that could counteract the poisons of this island specifically here. We'll say it costs 50 gold if you want to grab it.
This is like, it goes away in a long rest, right?
Yeah.
So he can like feel it kind of wearing off anyways. Nah, he's probably fine then.
You do manage to find a tattoo recipe.
Okay.
You find this robe. You find some explosive bullets. You find this handy haversack. You find some healing potions.
Oh, shop display. Okay.
Yeah. What's the rarity on this? Uncommon? Yeah, you could find another one of these Amulet of Health miners. What's the rarity on this? Rare? No, I would have found that. Yeah. That's probably about what you would have on selection at the moment, unfortunately. Or,
And,
fortunately, there's some stuff there.
Are there regular pistol bullets?
Yeah, you could find regular pistol bullets as well. These pistol bullets are actually not marked as the price they should be. Hang on.
Can you toss the fire chain tattoo into like ship storage where I can?
Yeah, I'll toss it into party trade.
That'll work. Just so
Yeah,
I can...
these bullets should be about.
Oh, that is the fiery chain tattoo item. It didn't duplicate it, so don't delete it or anything.
I won't.
So it's 50 gold per of the explosive bullet.
Okay.
But it does the explosive trade on the guns, which is nice.
Hit everything within 5 minutes, make a dex save or suffer damage. Okay. Okay, and if it misses, the ammunition fails to explode and bounces away harmlessly. So does that mean that if it misses, it's recoverable?
The ammunition fails to detonate or bounce away harmlessly before doing so. No, because of the way it's worded. It says it probably would have bounced away, and not. It just means it won't detonate on a target. Essentially, is what it's saying there. But any pistol ammunition that's fired is unrecoverable.
Okay.
Fortunately.
Is this a oversight? Maybe.
Where? Maybe.
On the
Fire
tattoo?
chain tattoo. There is no range limit.
I
the
thought I put a
bonus
range
action.
limit on it.
Yeah, if it says towards a target.
Towards a target. Creature fails by 10 or more. They can, if they fail by enough, I can yank them towards me. Or no,
There's
wow,
not a-
5 feet multiplied by your strength mod, so you pull them 25 feet.
literally yeet them 25 feet in a turn.
Sorry, I'm trying to find my items here.
Also, then I guess it is important to have a listed range, huh?
Yeah, if I can yeet them 25 feet in a turn, if they fail, like the wizard in the back, like 600 feet away, just like boof, and then just yank him every turn. You're mine.
Get over here.
Yeah, the scene with Scorpion from God, which Mortal Kombat was that? Like where it's in the forest and he's get over here and it just like shoots.
It's like, I
super
think it
far
was
through
just
the
called
forest.
Mortal Kombat, and it was in
Mortal Kombat.
98 or something.
Oh, I didn't put a range on it. We'll say 60 feet.
Yeah, seems like a 60 feet kind of effect.
Seems reasonable. Okay, that's all I was curious about.
60. Adding that to that list, and you can let me find the. Where'd you guys put that item?
The tattoo? I put it in the party trade. I just took it back though.
Okay.
Delete it from your inventory.
It's in my ship storage.
Victor ship storage.
I
I'm
will
just
say-
gonna replace it.
Haversacks are quite handy.
Yeah, they are. And we've probably got plenty of gold, so we can totally get a haversack. Vix is after a pistol. Oh, it's an amulet of health.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But a minor one.
Still, we all have a freaking constitution of 6, except for
Not-
Harkin, so.
Harkin's got 18 constitution.
I should
He's a-
check the shield. Oh, the Sentinel shield's only uncommon. You would have been able to find that too.
Oh, dope.
And it's on
uncommon.
sale for 0 gold.
It's on sale.
Sorry,
It's
we'll take your
actually.
shield. Don't list a price on it.
Oh, sorry, sticker wore off, and he sticks it back on, and you see
it's like a price tag. It looks like it had a number in front of the 0, but it was like scratched out, and you're
Sorry.
like, it's 0 gold. And he's like, oh, you caught me on a
This is
technicality.
quite misleading. If it doesn't have a price on it, it's free, right? Haha.
It's like
Classic retail
literally-
joke.
classic
Literally like
retail.
at a garage sale where it's like a piece of masking tape when somebody's written on it with a Sharpie.
It's
Alright,
a 300
anyone
gold
want
pistol,
to,
though.
Anyone want to haggle this fool? You want to try to bargain the
wanna bargain
vicious
me?
beast for the handy haversack or something?
I mean, I can stand over him loomingly and look threatening as I threaten to break his legs if he doesn't make a favorable trade for us.
You could do that if you want to.
So Vix is like a little persuasive,
In your home port.
but that's it.
Actually, in our home port, yeah. I don't know.
Harkin's job aboard the ship is literally to threaten the people that are on our side. So,
True.
but
I also
yeah, I mean, if
Is a-
muscle
is a
flexing
threaten-
won't work.
Is a threat in your inferiors, technically.
true. Now, question: would that be considered a minor crime?
It'd probably be considered a crime, yeah.
But would it be a minor crime?
Why is the word minor important for you?
because
Just
you're talking to a
threatening.
lawyer.
Yeah, because you're talking about attorney, actually. It depends on your definition of the word minor. No, background features.
Oh, because you
Oh,
can get
hell
away with
yeah.
minor
Because
crime.
I am a pirate with a bad reputation.
Oh,
I can get
I'm
away
glad
with
you said that
minor
because my
criminal
background is a
offense.
failed merchant, and I think that actually ties exactly into this. Let me look. Yeah, failed merchant supply chain. From your time as a merchant, you retain connections with wholesalers, suppliers, and other merchants and entrepreneurs. You can call upon these connections when looking for items or information.
Hey,
What is
That is extremely on theme.
That's so fucking perfect. Yeah, no, I would say you'd be able to,
Do
because
I
of your
know
bad
this guy?
reputation. Yeah, this
Look,
is
me and this dude go
this
way
is-
back.
he's your old
this is
friend.
Jimmy. This is Jimmy Two
Tom.
Toes.
Oh,
He's
Jimmy
known like
Two-Toe.
that because he only has 2 toes.
Saunter
you-
up to because you said we were going to another stall, and then Vix moved to the one next to it. I think it's like, oh wait, fuck these guys. Hey, Jimmy, 2 toes, and goes over to the left.
Hey, don't call me that. You know that's not what I fucking go by. My Jimmy, just Jimmy. But what's good with you, Vix?
I can be persuaded to forget your nickname for good pricing.
Make a persuasion check. I'd say with advantage because you know this
Yes.
guy.
Yeah, dude. Wow,
Thanks
I'm
to
so
your
glad you brought up
background abilities.
there, Harkin.
Yeah,
I have
background
fantastic
abilities.
background.
I'm just sitting here looking at my background, like, oh, I can be.
I can
fucking
ignore
minor-
minor crimes.
It depends on what you consider to be a minor crimes. Misdemeanors. Misdemeanors.
What is
minor
wrong
crimes.
with my dice, dude? You kidding me?
He looks at you. If you buy enough, maybe since you're you, I might be able to knock off a little bit.
To
Maybe.
be perfectly honest with you, I am about to drop a extreme lump sum onto your counter.
Okay, okay.
Likely upwards of over 1,000 gold pieces if you're open for it. So
All right.
if you work with me, I will work for you. We
All right,
are
tell me what you're interested in, and I'll tell you how much I can knock off.
we're a group of people who are interested in expensive things, and we have ways of coming into large sums of money. It would be nice to have a guy.
You know me. I'm always your guy.
I
don't
were
know
interested
you.
in the.
I've heard you have 2 toes.
You could. Why are you
Let me
telling
actually
everybody
add
that,
these
man?
up as I go.
Jimmy,
The pistol.
Jimmy,
I'm
if
sorry,
you
Jimmy.
want, I can get rid of the rest of the toes, and then
see.
you wouldn't be 2 toes.
Jimmy, I was offering I could maybe become a crocodile and eat everyone else's toes.
This was going to be an intimidation check, but now I'm confused. Make an intimidation check, Harkin, and make a persuasion check, Gragomir.
What am I making this check with? Do I have to use charisma?
This would be a charisma for you because this is a word-based one.
Ugh.
Oh my
Woo!
gosh! Just have Gragomir do
I'll eat their
everything.
toes. All of their
He
toes.
looks at you.
Oh
Whoa!
my goodness!
Oh! He looks at both of you, looks kind of confused. Yes.
Yes.
That. I'll keep that in mind, dwarf. Could you talk to a
I'm down
crocodile?
if you are.
Yes, I'll crouch down very low. Look, you can't even see me over your stall.
Oh,
He just
that's
heart
what you
tightens
meant.
on his desk.
He peeks around the side.
If-
Well, I could also be a crocodile. But that's neither here nor there.
Okay. Okay.
I have a -1, but Harkin also nat 20 that.
Yeah, yeah. And he's looking at you. He's looking at both of you at this kind of weird display of intimidation with promises of toe removal in a favorable way and an unfavorable way. So he's just like
And he
weighing
only
his
has
options.
2 left.
He looks, yeah, I could probably get you a discount.
I could
Uh,
surgically
Turn you
attack
into
their
Jimmy
toes.
No toes.
Attach their toes to you.
Now that sounds like a good idea. You should do that.
Okay. When would you like to come
But-
in for surgery?
Discreetly. Well, I mean, you could find me here. I stay at the tavern just across the street there.
I feel like Jimmy's
Uh,
accent has changed.
So you
very
want me
heavily.
to attach them while
Yes.
you're working?
No, at the tavern when I'm,
Ah, okay.
off.
Yes. I'll get some toes for you and attach them later.
Good. Well, discounts I can do. Especially for friends and toe removers.
Good
Um,
friends. The best of friends.
Good friends. The best of friends.
Could be a
yes.
good friend. Too.
Jimmy 10 Toes. He
I
does a
like the
very
sound of
unnerving
that
wink.
Jimmy 12 toes.
Jimmy
Wait,
12
No,
toes.
that's too many toes.
I'm
He
a
can
shark.
give you foot thumbs.
Okay. Well, what would you like to buy?
The pistol? For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, the pistol, the shield, and the haversack for sure.
I was gonna say, yeah, haversack is like convenient, honestly,
Yeah.
just to be able to.
So it's
carry
800 gold base cost right now.
Yeah, and I'm looking at a few of those bullets, and probably the amulet of health. It's a little scary being a melee character with this bad of constitution.
Okay,
I'd
800 gold
say
pieces for that.
800.
500 gold for the amulet of health. I didn't put a number on the. Sorry, I didn't put the number of the bullet test. He has about 20 of these explosive bullets ready to sell.
Okay. Let me look at this tattoo. You're resistant to lightning. When you take lightning, you can get immunity to it, and regain a number of HP equal to half the damage you would have taken. Are we planning anytime soon
How long do you take that
on going
immunity?
to
It
the
doesn't
Storm
say.
Thunder Island? Because it was one of the marked ones.
Do you just permanently gain immunity to lightning damage?
I imagine it's just that.
Why
turn.
does it-
As a reaction.
I imagine it's like
Why would it?
immunity to that instance.
It said that one instance. Otherwise, you have permanent resistance.
Well, you have permanent
Okay, yeah,
resistance, but then you can be immune.
The permanent immunity would be a problem.
You can
yeah.
turn it into immunity as a
we never-
reaction for that
seconds,
one
yeah.
thing.
Yeah, I got
And
you.
then you can't
Yeah,
even
makes
do that
sense.
again until the next dawn.
But you can't until. Oh yeah. Okay.
Now,
I don't think that's quite a 600 gold item at the moment.
I do
And it takes-
enjoy the storm, but
And it takes 10 tattoo supplies. And the one
Yeah,
that
it's
you
another
already
1,000
wanted
gold to
put on me
apply.
Oh yeah, no, fuck that.
The one you already wanted to put on me only takes 6.
Right. Yeah, let's. So yeah, fuck the tattoo. So the gun, the shield, and the haversack for sure. And
Actually, hang
then
on.
The amulet of health and some bullets with whatever we can get.
Let me make sure I didn't misprice that. I might have priced that as the actual item.
Let's just go ahead with the pistol, the shield, and the haversack, and just get that purchase out of the way so we can do some money calculations.
Okay. So, pistol, the haversack, and the shield.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's
So 800 gold for the
800 total, I believe.
pistol, and no, it's 800 gold for the haversack and the pistol,
Right.
and then the shield's gonna be another 300. So 1,200 or 800,
11.
1,100. Yeah. 1,100 gold. Yep.
Right. And then what's our deal here?
Trade the
Ah,
mace.
the deal. I
the
can
mace.
knock off. Oh, do you have something for trade?
If you knock off another bit of pricing, I might buy a few more things, and I have an item that you might be very interested in.
Tell you what, it's you. I'll knock off 200 gold.
To make it a 900 total sum.
900 total sum.
Right. Okay.
And we'll trade this here spiky boy for that.
Yeah. We'll
ooh,
slap the
necklace
thing
over
down.
there.
And he looks at
Maybe,
you. Considering the rest of that, he'll offer you 450 gold for that, which is 150 more than he would have without the
And then
intimidation and persuasion.
Hey, come on, Jimmy. Work with me. Rounded up another 50. Just 1-to-1 trade. The hammer for the necklace. Tell you what. If you trade this hammer for the necklace, I'll buy a few more bullets off of you.
Because of that, and because I'm scared of your friends, sure.
It's a guarantee that you have 1,000 gold of coin in your pockets.
I like that sound of that.
Okay, so 900 gold for the pistol, the shield, and the haversack. So I'm gonna bop off the 90, 90 platinum.
And you can go ahead and take those items in your inventory and then delete them from the shop.
holy crap, that sentinel shield is awesome.
Yeah, it's
Pretty good.
I'd never seen it
my
before.
previous character had that. It's super fun.
Advantage on initiative forever.
Advantage was the name of my previous character.
Mhm.
Unknowingly, I felt like I had advantage on every check in the game.
Awesome.
You did.
Okay, so I'm taking the pistol, the necklace, and that's it. Does someone else want to carry the haversack?
Harkin can carry it.
There
He's
you
good at carrying things.
have a backpack, and then Gragomir get that shield.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I have my pistol and my necklace. I've paid the 90 gold. I guess Harkin delete the hammer if you're carrying it.
Yep, I will do that.
So go ahead and sort all those items out, and then we're gonna take our break here for the second half. We'll come back at 11. We'll make it even 11:20, and then
Real
we'll come
quick,
back
just so
here.
that we don't, so we're not come back to the merchant. Vix is gonna buy a few of those bullets.
Sure.
Yeah, how
30
much
gold
is he willing
each?
to? How much? 30 gold each.
I
you said?
like that. I said 50 gold each, but since you're buying with the discount, how many are you buying?
We gave him 900 gold pieces total. Vix is adamant that he gets 1,000 here, so he's trying to buy 3 of these bullets for 100 gold.
You can do that. You're fine.
Nice.
I'll
Question.
change the total to 3, and then you can just drag that into your inventory. There you go.
Backpack has a weight of minus 25 pounds.
Yep, that's to represent the weight reduction. And when you get the handy haversack, I will just for simplicity, I'm just going to give it a weight reduction essentially item.
Okay.
Very
so
video
I brought it in
game-esque.
the inventory now, and I'm just going to delete my backpack.
Uh,
Backpack and just replace it with the haversack.
yeah. If you want to get rid of the backpack, because you can only we'll treat it like a slot. You can only wear one thing on your back per se, and the handy haversack will replace that. But the handy haversack can carry how many pounds? 80 pounds of material. Holy shit. But it weighs 5 pounds. So it's gonna be negative 75 weight. That's pretty good.
Oh shit! I forgot I have one more thing I want to sell. This
Harken's
plus
so
2
light.
blowgun.
You don't want to keep the blowgun?
It's a plus 2
Attacks?
blowgun, which I believe is a rare item. And I'm not proficient with this thing.
Oh, you're not? Okay.
No, blowguns are
That's a
martial
martial.
weapons
That's a
for whatever
martial.
reason.
I disagree with that fundamentally. Like,
No, I
it should
do
be a
too.
simple weapon. It should be a
If you
simple
make this a
weapon.
simple weapon, that's a different story. Then I'll keep it.
It should be a simple weapon, like a blow. I mean, I get the idea that you have to train to be accurate with it, but you have to train to be accurate with a club in the same way, like to be competent with it in like combat, like a mace or a club. You still need to know how to swing, and all it is, and yes, you have to aim it, but
And not in hail.
why is that martial? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm rolling it as a simple weapon. I don't care. I've decided.
And then also I need some normal bullets for this pistol,
Who's
like 30 of them shits or
They're
something.
4 gold apiece. 2
4
gold
gold
with your
per-
discount.
2 gold per bullet.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Bolt's expensive.
All right, I'll
who's
buy 50
carrying
gold worth.
Sentinel
go.
Shield? Who was taking that?
That's Gragomir.
Gragmir's taking Sentinel Shield. Got it. And then Amulet of Health. Vix.
Me, yeah. My constitution is not good.
Garbage. Okay, just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page there.
They're cool.
And then I need the bullet item.
Oh,
Do I need to track that somehow?
No, I'll throw that in there for you. It's just Sandria bullets. There you go.
Okay, got it.
Just take that and put in however many you had. Yeah, which
Yep.
is like 25, I think, for your cost.
Correct.
Okay. We done shopping?
I believe so.
I
I'm
think
gonna
that's
put all
it.
this stuff. I'm gonna put this stuff back. Boop, boop. Well, I bought that. Boop, boop. Bought that. Boop.
Well, good shit, Jimmy. Next time we come into a paltry sum such as this, you'll be our first stop.
You got it. And if you find those toes, let me know.
Yes.
Jimmy, before we leave, you know anybody what deals with things that are maybe a little bit cursed?
Can't say that I do on the island here, except for, well, the Dreadlord himself. He said to know a little bit about curses here and there. I have heard that. I've heard that in the refuge, over in Cutthroat's Refuge, there is a little curiosity shop that deals with a little bit of the outside, the normal purview of magic items, a little strange things that are not so helpful, or at least they're not entirely beneficial. If that's the sort of thing you're interested in.
All right. Thanks, Jimmy. We'll make sure we make our way back over there. We'll make sure we drop your name.
Yep, if you're looking for the place, it's called Cures and Curses. Probably worth noting down if you decide to track that down yourself. Yeah. And that was at Cutthroat Refuge. But anyways, here is where we'll take our break, so you can kind of get back in. We're still going to go till 11:20 for a break. A little shorter break this time, but we have a lot to get through for the rest of the session. So see how much we can do. Which, yeah, looking forward to it.
Okay.
The key.
Okay. Gets the...
about that. I was a little over the time because roommate's dog was a little sick, kind of vomiting. Helping him with that.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Puppy.
Sounds like a very pukey girl.
good girl, indeed. But yeah. Oh, also had a few more shots. But that's okay.
Shots, 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 shots.
Yes. Exactly.
Everybody. That's how that goes, right? Song
Yes.
goes on.
Looking forward
And,
to. Oh yeah.
another real quick thing. While we're in the market, if we just kind of want to like skip through the rest of the little bits, I'd be looking to basically try to convert this overwhelming sack of coins into smaller denominations, into smaller coin count.
In this town or this market, you could easily transfer it all to like the biggest coins. This is the opportunity to do
Platinum
that.
and gold,
So, yeah, you can go ahead and do that. Whew. Unless you guys want to spend another hour and a half talking about coin denominations.
Nah, man. we're
I
good.
do.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
he's done some coin change, and then we were trying to get two. Was it two or two more of the tattoo supplies?
Yeah, you can do that. 200 gold. There you go.
Got-
All right.
We still have a pretty lump sum in this sack.
The Sacco cash.
Yeah.
Earned a good amount of coin. That little cash.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have any other plans, or want to just downtime the rest of the week away, or anything else you want to do in between, or?
I go get some toes.
Let's find some
Yeah, we need to
toes.
find some toes to harvest, and we were looking for a surgeon replacement, but it seems that we found that to compete with Nithhi.
I would say also probably if we were getting the supplies to specifically put that tattoo on Harkin, then we're probably putting that.
Yeah, I figured that'll be like our
Throughout-
nighttime downtime.
Throughout the
thing.
week, yeah, you could easily have applied that. So you can go ahead and I'll actually throw this in your inventory. I'll throw the actual tattoo and not the recipe in your inventory as it's being applied to you. What does this tattoo look like? This is a collaborative from between you two.
I would like for it to like blend into the tentacles of the giant.
Yeah, I
kraken.
think because you have like a big kraken over your back that like starts to kind of coil over your shoulder.
Yeah, so it's like all the way. It starts on his back, so his whole back
Right.
is the torso of.
And it
the
like
thing.
kind of circles over his neck, like towards his chest a little bit, right?
And- like the smaller tentacles of the tattoo, the smaller tentacles of the kraken wrap around the front of his torso, and then the longest like the attack arms or
Mhm.
whatever, the really long tentacles that like squids usually have two of, those go up over his shoulders and then coil down his arms to the back.
I was about to say that's what Vix is wanting to do. Is he's wanting to tie these together and to basically make the long tentacles, the attack ones, like circle and wind down his forearms and like culminate around his wrist onto like the back of his fist and have like the tip of the tentacle, I guess, the spiky bit, like kind of go over the knuckles like onto the backs of the fingers.
And just because of the tattoo's like specific requirement, you do have to like kind of somewhat adhere to the image requirements. So like, what are the flames like that are incorporated into this image look like? They can be whatever color, shape, size, style you want, but they do have to have like wreath and flame sort of thing for the magic to visualize, so to speak.
Oh, the tentacles when they go down his forearms and like the actual tips go over his knuckles. The tentacles themselves have like manacles that are then
Oh.
manacled to his own wrist.
That's
So it
fucking
looks like the
sick.
Kraken's tentacles are chained to
Like
his own
chain
wrist.
there.
Uh,
That's pretty sick.
and yeah, I think there's some kind of I think that like along the length of the tentacles, as like they go farther down his arm, like cracks in the image start to develop, and it starts to look like molten fissures.
Oh, that's pretty fucking
Yeah.
cool.
Can I apply like a slight like glow effect to that?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
they
some
can totally
glowing.
glow. Or just,
Absolutely.
Yeah, like
fuck yeah. What
like
color?
blue. I think it's got
Blue?
like a bluish like glowing like fissures. Yeah, like
Fuck
kind of
yeah.
cracking up the arms of it. I think that's super dope.
Now I
all
want
for it.
Harkin to have like custom art where these tattoos are incorporated because that's sick. Well,
There
that's
you
one
go.
great thing about the fucking archive though is that like all of these descriptions are saved perfectly. Time. But yeah,
The coolest full body torso, the coolest full
That's
torso
super
tattoo
dope.
anyone has ever imagined.
yeah. it's
And
pretty
we'll
fucking
add
dope.
more as we go.
Yeah. Okay, so you gain your fiery chain tattoo. You can mark off the 6 supplies required, and yeah. Is there anything anyone wants to accomplish besides that other than this week? Gragomir, you got anything important to do?
No.
All right, then in that case, we're going to go a week into the future.
Though the day before we like start to head off, he will make a ton of life shrooms.
The good berries.
Yeah.
Question.
They lose their potency after 24 hours, so yeah, if you do them like
Yeah.
the night before, yeah, you'll have until like midday.
The
Gotcha.
fiery chain tattoo. How do I make sure I get the +1, -1 on my unarmed strike?
Let's see. The easiest way is I'm just gonna go to your effects, go to +1. I go to here, and then actually, no, yeah, this will be easier. Because it'll apply to all your stuff automatically. Gonna go to bonuses, all attack bonus. Oh no, melee attack bonuses. Melee weapon attack +1. Go ahead and roll that and see if that's appropriate. Go ahead and roll attack for me, see if it's adding it. It might not because weapon attacks aren't. There we go, perfect.
1 at the end. Yep.
Yeah, cool.
25.
Nice hit. But yeah.
Cool. Test damage as well. It's not adding on damage.
Oh, it's supposed to add a damage too. Good point. Let me fix that. That is something I can definitely do. Bonuses. Melee weapon damage 1. Go ahead and roll the damage again. See if that works. It should.
Okay. Do I have to repost the ability?
Oh no, you can just scroll up and go to hit damage. Oh, you can do that too. It's fine.
And again, do that. Yep.
Nice.
There we go.
Nice.
And yep. So 20. So you can go ahead and add your life shrooms to your inventory. There, however many you have.
Oh my gosh. You with the nat 20s, dude.
Oh,
That's a lot of berries.
That's
I
a
don't know what's
lot
going
of
on.
berries.
And then I can make on a.
I'll just do it with my first level slots.
All right.
Proficiency
So.
bonus number of treats. What's my proficiency bonus? +3.
I'll just figure that out while I narrate. So, it is Moon Day, and it is the 6th of Hixius. A new month has now passed from your previous adventures, and it is early in the morning. You kind of stretch and crack your necks and knuckles, and you hear the familiar sound of the bosun's whistle as Harkin wakes up in the morning and blows to summon all of the crewmen back to the ship as you all prepare to set off to your next destination. As you all make your way back to the ship, finishing your various downtimes, you meet with the captain and the other officers who are kind of gathered around. The captain does take this time and looks to you all and kind of explains the situation a little bit and kind of lets the rest of the officers know, as it's gone on long enough that most of them have heard through rumors about what's going on. So he does fill them in. He fills the officers in, but he does ask that they try to keep it like, on the down low as much as possible between them, so that any word may not. I mean, word's already reached the Mad Lord. He doesn't want word reaching anyone else. And with that, the officers know that, and you're all kind of gathered around as he says, "Well, now,
seems we have a few destinations to head towards. Gragmir, unfortunately, you're not an officer yet, so you're not part of this meeting. And he looks towards all of you, and neither's nothing for that matter. No surgeon. Actually, during the week of downtime, there would have been a contest, and we'll. I was gonna make this a bit of a role playing thing. We'll make this just a quick thing. There would have been a contest to determine who's gonna be the next surgeon. So I just want a medicine check. It's gonna be a contested medicine check between Gragomir and Nithy for this, just to see whoever rolls highest. Which we'll see. I don't remember if she even has medicine as a skill, but we'll see. Where the fuck was she? There she is. Okay, a 12.
A quite good roll there. A nice.
She, ironically, is not trained in medicine, so let's see. She rolled higher than you naturally, but with your modifier, you beat her. So, as you're doing this sort of medical performance check, you're like, with this, Hulk is using his body as like a test dummy, essentially, as Harkin just kind of shreds into him a little bit and beats him up, and then you two each take your turn, try and treat the wounds. Gragomir, however, it's not your best work, but you manage to get the blood work to stop, and then you see Nithy on her turn is just struggling and doesn't manage to stop the blood flow in time, and eventually the position of surgeon is given to Gragomir for the time being. So, with that, take that back, actually. You are at the officer's table, as you are the interim surgeon for now. So, with that, however, you are still kept like at arm's length, sort of thing. I mean, the loyalty is still being tested. You are allowed at the officer's table for this meeting, but many whisper and conspire about your true motives. But the captain looks at all of you and says, now, we have to decide on our next destination. Our dwarf friend, which I will let him speak about in a moment, has some things to say about the Forsaken Cave, and all of you, I'm sure, have heard the stories of all the ships lost. And those stories do weigh on my mind in this decision. It is between there, the Scaled Atoll, and the windswept shores. So, I would hear from each of my officers what you think should be our next destination. And the other officers are thinking. If anyone wants to take the mantle, go first. Go for it.
Well, Captain, seems to me the windswept shores would be a little. I can climb. I can't fly. I've tried, but
I can. As Dee's like walking into this meeting.
And Harkin just picks up a mug off the table and just like throws it at him. Get out of here, bird!
And as he runs off and like scurries away.
Anyway, as I was saying, windswept shores is hard to climb to, and it's further away than going to the Scaled Atoll. So seems to me we might go and see about that island. And I've never eaten any dinosaurs before, so that might be nice.
Alright. And Dwarf. Everyone, I'm sure you've had the time to meet him, but this is Gragomir. He's our new surgeon for the time being. What information would you like to share about the cave with everyone before we hear from the rest? And then also, likewise, we'd like to hear your vote.
The K is dangerous beyond belief. I'm sure many of you are seasoned pirates and you've run into pirate crews. Eventually, most crews will surrender. You can take their ship, take their men. That does not happen with the dead. The dead never stop fighting, even if you sink their ship. They are under the water, planning. They will grab you. They will drag you down, and you will die. You can trust me on that one. But that is not to say that it is impossible, but I do not wish to go back anytime soon. As far as the Scaled Atoll, the Mad Lord, it's close to his shores, but that was not a place that we had much experience with. Beasts are even more confusing than a madman. But there's something that fascinates me about the windswept shores. Seeing a ship or people rise from the waters and go up to that land, finding what secrets it might hold. There are many things that could be beneficial in our travels. It might be the best help to making sure that we outpace the Mad Lord.
Jiven, to speak up. Yes, I have heard of these mythical islands. Supposedly they float above the water on lofty clouds, and that sounds like such prime material to write a song about. I certainly wouldn't mind seeing them myself, but the exotic beasts of the Scaled Atoll also sound quite alluring. And the stories I've heard about the decay, of course, well, they're quite dire indeed. So, if I had to throw my vote, it would be for the shores. Clat begins to chime in. We got these new cannons. I'm pretty sure they'd, like, rip through a dinosaur. I mean, that's just my guess. So, I wouldn't mind testing my theory there, if we could. So yeah, I'll shoot for the atoll. And the captain looks towards Vix. What of you, quartermaster?
I think Vix like pauses for a second and like looks around and yes, I'm not used to the role yet. He'll like stand up. I think but just to understand the map, if we sail this way, does this wrap around?
No.
I
Here, I'll show
didn't
you. I'll show you the big map. This is you guys. In fact, I'll show you. I'll remove the foggiest version here.
Map.
Like here. Or there.
Restricted vision range.
Oh,
Yeah. You guys are here. You sail east. You keep going east for a long time.
oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, this whole area is this islands represent the Scarlet Reef. So this whole area right here is the map. So if you go east or west, you'll hit continents, the mainland.
What is
Okay.
the giant evil demon skull in the middle of the map?
Yeah. That is
where the
this
treasure-
area.
This
Yeah,
is
that's what
the-
treasure is.
the treasure.
This
Keep
entire
getting guarantees we don't find it too soon is by just not
Yeah.
putting it on the map.
Exactly. True. No, this entire area. This is a little bit of a lore bit that Moogree's probably heard like 4 times now. But this is Carvagor's realm. This refers to the ancient demon king, quote unquote, is what he's known as. Well, the demon king is what he's known as. But he existed in the Age of the Living Gods when he essentially invaded the realm and caused the three original gods, the old gods of this world, to battle against him so fiercely that eventually they had to sacrifice themselves and transform themselves into these palaces that essentially work together to form a planar barrier around Agrabah. In this process, Du, the central god, also the name of the continent in the center here, which looks like North America, because it is. No,
I knew
was
it.
surrounded by
Or,
a massive impenetrable storm. That is because this was the heart of the invasion. This is where the portal between Carvagor's realm and this realm was made, and Du made this massive storm to kind of make it impenetrable, keep the demons locked in there, and no one has been able to get in there in the past 1252 years. Is the last time anyone was in this center bit. The centralization of Agravar societies, the largest cities, most of the ancient history and cultures of the world were in this central continent and have been lost ever since. But yeah, then it's just
ruins and cool shit to explore someday.
yes, and demons and devils and all sorts of fun stuff.
Demons and devils and fun things.
Yeah,
Mook's over here like heard it before. All right.
Yeah.
Checked out.
Yeah, he's heard it a lot. But yeah, because everyone sees that on the map, they're like, "What the fuck is that?" And I'm like, "Well, let's go on the spiel." But yeah.
But yeah, can't sail around the world, basically.
Right. You could. It would just take a lot longer than it would take to go west. You could circumnavigate, but it would take a long time.
New mission. All right, everybody. We're going to circumnavigate the world.
Mm-hmm.
I think that our pursuit of this treasure is, of course, a priority. But our findings on the Dread Spire involving the Mad Lord, those portal connections, I think this is a problem that should be addressed proactively.
And with that, I have informed the Dreadlord about our findings. It is his decision if he wishes to inform the other lords of their weaknesses, but he is taking steps to make sure that no further incursions will be made on the Dread Spire. For now, it is out of our hands.
And I suppose out of respect for the loss of Grey, I have no desire to go to the Forsaken K anymore. That was more of a Disney World trip for him.
Well, I forgot to do the, I'm just out of character, I forgot to do the funeral, but we will, we'll say that happened, but I'll give you a description next session of, like, what transpired there.
At some point along the funeral is probably like the final send-off or whatever. I think Vix went to like a market or something, or I had someone make a long, like a silk banner. I guess like a black silk scarf that's just super long, and he did, like the cutting of the ribbon to open the new city, and he did that as kind of like a sending off ritual, like a kind of cutting this off to look forward. And Vix is keeping the longer part of that cut ribbon, and he's wearing it like a scarf. So at this meeting, Vix has like a black silk scarf that's now kind of draping over his shoulders and down his chest.
We will do a flashback next session. I'm making a note of it, actually, to like go through that because I forgot about it, and we're already past that point. So we'll go back to it next session, probably early beginning of the next session, to do that funeral.
From what I gather, these windswept shores are, as everyone has said, a floating city. Islands that are above the ocean surface, and if not heard of any way to access them easily, that is a long journey to come to a place that we are unable to reach. It seems like the scaled atoll is more accessible, is closer, and it could be a place to get more provisions. These are animals, after all.
True enough. I have sailed the reef for some time, and I have seen the windswept shores. The lowest island probably hovers 60, 70 feet off of the ground. I do believe, as annoying as he might be sometimes, our Aarakocra crewmate might be able to provide some assistance there, so I wouldn't dissuade anyone from going there based on boarding the island. The contents of there within might be dangerous enough to ward us off, but it is hard to determine what is more dangerous than a beast, a reptilian beast of teeth, claws, and immense size that we will surely run into at the atoll.
Well, if for recent excursions are something to base off of, we've not left an island we have visited without bringing something aboard. Aboard the Verminous Isle, we brought on board Nithi and a plethora of supplies. from Siren's Rock. We had the chest of gems and items that we found amidst the tower. Here at the Dreadspire, we are fully restocked. If we are to go to these windswept shores and there is something in need of transportation off the island, I would hate to throw it overboard to have a 70, 80 foot drop onto the deck. These, perhaps we need a more industrious support. I would vote we go to this scaled atoll, and then perhaps somewhere along our destination, or we may come into contact with those dwarves again. They seem to be a little prevalent on these oceans. Did the dwarves tell us where they are?
They told Yave where they how they could be found with a letter that was meant for the Dreadlord that never reached him because it was given to Yave.
Someone else was on board, right? Invisible?
Yes, Gray and Harkin were on board, but it was
Harkin,
all
yeah.
written down in a letter, and no one was specifically looming over the shoulder of the dwarf or anything to read it. So it is up to Yave, wherever he may be, to follow that lead up, or if you run into him through random chance, which might happen. The dwarves, I mean.
Right.
But yeah.
But yeah, perhaps we run into these dwarves and they have some sort of machinery we can use to crane things to the islands. But my vote remains to scale that all.
All right. So, well, that brings us to a goal. I know you don't have too many insights into these sort of things, but you are a navigator, so Nicole kind of thinks, I think that, let me do a thing real quick, as he throws a set of bones out of a cup onto a table there. He begins to stare at them, and his eyes begin to glow with this arcane energy, and he looks towards it. This will let me see a little bit into the future. As he casts this spell, he asks mentally about his next course of action that he wants to do. It takes about a minute or so to kind of do this, but he looks back. Let me do it again. He throws another one. Throws another set. And then, as his eyes fade, he
Spit it
My
out already,
visions.
you great lummox, and Harkin throws a cup at him.
It's complicated. I know you wouldn't understand with your limited understanding of the magical arts, but
Limited understanding this.
this is tricky. If we set sail towards a scaled atoll, the results would be good and bad. If we set sail to the windswept shores, the results will be good and bad.
Oi,
Was
cast your vote, you big lummox. He
Is
throws
this
the
supposed to
cup
be useful? I don't understand.
It means either way we go, there's going to be good and bad.
There are literally no cups on the table within reach of Harkin anymore because he has just thrown.
Just
all
keeps
of them
chucking things at people. Yeah.
at Hook Oak specifically. Just trying to hit the head with a cup.
One just thinks off his head. He doesn't even flinch. It's just a thick skull, and he just thinks, I can't do it anymore. So, I'm gonna flip a coin. Heads, we go. I vote for the floaty islands. Tails, the atoll. Make this public roll for everybody. I think that's tails. That makes my vote for the atoll. And Gav's like, thank you for that
Hopefully someone can
display.
track these votes, because I have not been.
And he looks towards Jiven, and Jiven. Oh, I mean not Jiven. Roz, which I think is the last one to vote. And Roz says, "It seems that my vote is somewhat irrelevant. I think a majority of us have decided on the atoll, but I do wonder what rare ingredients might exist in an island that floats from the sea." But dinosaur sounds good, as that might be a little bit of cannibalism for me, depending on who you ask.
I prefer
I-
not
I've-
to ask.
I vote for the shores, but I see my numbers are outvoted. And if I remember right, that is majority for Atoll. You're
Sounds
muted,
about
Mook.
It would be 3-3 if I had a vote, but I probably don't. So
You do have a vote.
then it would be 3-3.
3-3. Oh.
Oh, no.
See, Roz voted for the Atoll. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Roz voted
It'd
for
be
the shores.
4 for Atoll, and then 3 for Windswept, I think.
Roz voted for the shores. Jibbin voted for the shores. Hakulk voted for the atoll. Clat voted for the atoll. You voted
Vix
for
and
the
Harkin, I believe.
shores. Vix and Hart. Yeah, so 4 and 3. So that does bring us to a slight majority to the atoll. And the captain looks at you all. Well, it seems our course is made up. Unless anyone has any final considerations to make, I will lean towards the atoll myself, if that is what everyone else is wishing. Seems close, seems dangerous, but so will all of these destinations be, surely. Very well. Make your final preparations, and let us be off.
To the sailing map.
Yes. But, so, now that we are here, are we ready to set sail?
I believe
So, the wind conditions right now, let me actually roll a d4. I actually added a little thing up here at the top left to determine,
saw that
so you
one.
guys keep in mind of that. Oh, sorry, not a d4, it should be a d8.
change that direction at will, though, pretty much during combat.
Yep. Yeah, I guess like the shanty man, you theoretically could as well, which helps a lot. So, yeah, that's a good point. Keeping that in mind, you are able to mostly sail with the wind to your advantage because you have the shanty man on your side, a valuable asset. You're able to sail with the wind at your back, which means you can move your 1.5 pace, no problem. With that, you guys are able to set sail. So you can move 1 hex. We'll say this meeting took about 15 minutes or so. So as you move that first hex, I need someone to roll a percentile die for me. And
I love rolling percentile dice.
let me figure out how to do this. Yeah. So this will put us kind of late at night. Oh, there we go. around 9 o'clock or so, we'll say, as 42. All right. Let's see what we got here. As you're as you're sailing along, interestingly enough, you spot a familiar metal periscope kind of peeking out from the top of the ship. And a few seconds later, they spot you and they reemerge, and you see once more your old dwarven buddies who poke out and shout, "Oh, hello again. Are you here to talk about, what we talked about last time?" He shouts
Harkin-
out.
Harkin is on deck and he just shouts over. You gave us a letter last time.
Yep.
And then we lost the cat. Can you make another one of those?
I suppose I could. Give me a second. And he slams down into the tube, goes back down, comes back a little bit later, and he comes back holding what looks like a t-shirt launcher, but with a large metal tube in it. He's like, "All right, catch!" As he fires it off in this metal tube. Go ahead and make a dexterity check for me.
God, no.
Mm-hmm.
Dirty check? Why would you say that?
That's appropriate.
18.
Oh. So, you, close your hands a little too soon. It donk hits you right in the face. A little too late, I should say. You take 13 points of bludgeoning damage
Oh
as
my
it just
God.
donk right into your head, and it hurts, and you're just like, oh! But it does land at your feet, and you have another one of these letters. As you take it and look at it, and you take your time to read it, it does seem to be another letter to the Dreadlord about the proposal. You can put dwarven submarine letter to your inventory as
Where
you
are
start
they
to
from?
Juan Curry, a land far away from here.
They don't have a base around the.
Oh no, they have departed from Juan Curry to sail over here and bring minerals back. This is a particularly mineral rich area from what you've learned from them. But yeah, they seek to set up. That's what they're kind of talking about. They want to set up a more permanent outpost within one of the Lord's territories, and they're kind of looking to do that with the Dreadlord. Yeah, he looks at you. All right, well, appreciate you finding that again, and this time try to deliver. We're, we've had a few encounters with some other vessels out here, and it hasn't been always as friendly as this one right here, this interaction. So, if that's all, we don't really need air right now, so we're just coming to let you know. But you all have a wonderful rest of your whatever the fuck you're doing. He goes back down, and the vessel sinks back below the water.
I love these dwarves. They're the best.
I can't believe it rolled that same number twice. I'm quite shocked.
Immediately after Vic said, we might run into those dwarves again. That'd be useful.
Yeah.
What was the reason we actually wanted to run into them, though? Just to figure
In
out.
case
You
they
wanted
had some kind of
machinery
to
get up to
load
the
things
shores.
on and off the Windswept
Yeah.
shores, but if their base is from really far away, then that's probably not practical.
I mean, we could ask while they're there. Probably
Yeah, if you
not.
say it's where the ship
Oh.
disappears.
Up to Arkin.
Yeah. Before you go, Mister,
Yeah. What
we might be.
you need?
We might be making a trip over by the windswept shores sometime in the next soonish. You have any way of lifting heavy things down out of a floating sky island onto our ship? What not breaks the ship?
Have you ever heard of a lever?
No.
Right. Well, as a rather simple contraption, we could probably build one for you. it would, require us to be there. If you plan on going there anytime soon, we could voyage on over there. But that's quite a ways away, according to my chart.
I think as the dwarf asks Harkin if he's ever heard of a lever, and Harkin immediately says no, there's like a crewman behind him, like raising a sail in some capacity.
Yes, 100% accurate. And he just looks at you. Hey, we could definitely join you over there at the shores. There's a spot of ocean that we haven't charted out. Might be some good minerals there, and we could help you build your crane, and for the right fee, of course.
We're going to the scale to toll first, and then probably.
Oh, fuck that! I ain't going anywhere near that island.
And then we go over to the windswept shores.
Hey, there's weird dinosaurs that hunt the shores there around the coastlines. Attack ships sometimes, but not worried about it. I just try to avoid that because our ship isn't really, outfitted to fight underwater dinosaurs and all that. But yeah, we'll start moseying on over there, and if we see you over there, maybe we can do some business.
We appreciate the assistance.
Right. If you ever want to find us, like I told your friend, there's we have like a magical sort of communication device that if you find another dwarven outpost, you can send a message to us. I believe there's one in Deep Rock. Yeah, that sort of thing.
We'll maybe try to swing by Deep Rock before we head to the windswept shores and let you know we're heading that way.
All right. Well, back down below, I got more mining to do. As he slams down, lowers down back below.
How lucky.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, that...
So, we'll say, which hex are you moving towards next, just out of curiosity? You can go ahead and move into that space, because you'll be like halfway into that hex essentially, with where we are now. Okay.
So we'd be one more over, right?
You move
because we're
one
not
and a half,
skipping
right?
hexes. I see.
Right. You go one, and then you're like halfway through this. It's very strange. So every second space, you get another space. So every time you move twice, you get a third space free.
Right.
If that makes sense.
But we're not like skipping the encounter for the hex.
Yeah.
Because we moved here for our
correct.
first one.
Yeah.
Which is one. So then we would move like here or here, right?
Yeah.
Because
Right.
we moved
Right.
three between.
So our second move would technically.
Yeah.
Be
Yeah. Essentially,
Yeah.
like your second move, you still are your. This is part of your first move to get here, and then your second move is going to put you here, but it'll only be one more encounter. So yeah.
Oh, I thought our first move was from the island
It was.
to this space, and then we
Yeah.
encountered the dwarf.
Yeah. But if 1.5 spaces, so so at 1.5, that'll put you like halfway between this hex and this hex, and then
Right.
on your second days of travel, you'll move another 1.5, which would put you
So,
2
so
hexes away. So it'd go doot for the second day's travel.
There we go. Okay.
So yeah, second day's travel. Then, if this was day 1, we should be down here for day 2.
Correct.
There
That'll
we
be
go.
the beginning of day 2, and that is when I need another check from whoever wants to roll another percentile
I
die.
got it.
Put this at dawn. 72. Okay. Interesting. So, actually, let me roll here before I say anything. It's important. Important that I know what I'm saying. Okay. As you're sailing along here, you're having a relatively clear day. The weather it's pretty nice out. No disturbances or anything like that. And as you're sailing along, all of a sudden, out of the water emerges a massive glass bottle that is larger than the ship and threatens to engulf the ship. All of you can make your case for what you're doing to help the ship not get engulfed by this bottle. Make a compelling argument. You can add your roll to the hazard check. So, what is everyone doing? Starting with Harkin.
Harkin is immediately yelling at the crew to tack left and also simultaneously screaming at whatever crew Clat keeps on the guns to just fire at will at the glass bottle.
Okay. Yeah. So go ahead and roll your hazard check for this. I'll let you add yours into there. Which is for you. I think it's just a technically check. I think it's your just tools check. Yeah, it's just your car. It's a strength carpenter's tool check for you, Bosun. So, what about you, Vix? You gonna do anything to add to this?
Yeah. I feel like Vix is, in his quarters working on art stuff as he usually is. And then, he hears the huge boom of this bottle surfacing and Harkin screaming. And he looks out the porthole to see this thing. The arcane tattooist, like my ship thing, is like giving the ship bonuses or something, right? Like I have some kind of magical control over the ship to an extent.
But you would be using because in the hazard check, actually in this instance you could use either because you're still kind of in between rolls. So you could either use a charisma, intimidation / persuasion check, or you could do we'll say an arcana check to enhance the crew.
Yeah, he'll do an arcana check to try to and I have shape water, like I'm a sea elf and I do magic, so maybe he's like trying to bolster the rest of the crew magically to do their job better, and is also trying to like magically shape the waves that we're in to alter our course favorably. So I'll do arcana.
Yeah, we'll say that'll be enough for an arcana check to be added to this number.
I rolled my carpenter's tools.
It's a natural 20.
I don't think either of those rolls is actually calculating properly. So
it's not because it's using dexterity for some reason.
I
should use strength.
I did dexterity on the first one, and then I rolled a second time with strength, and it rolled in that one. But I don't think that either of them is adding my proficiency.
Right. So we'll use the first one, which is going to be 17 with your strength, plus your proficiency, which because you're proficient with these tools. So it's a plus, what, 3 now?
3, yeah.
19?
So 20?
20.
20? Math's hard.
12 plus 5 plus 3 is 20.
75 plus 20.
Do you want me to just slash R20? I don't know if that makes sense.
No, you're good. You're good. No. I'm just adding this up. And then, okay. And then, Gragomir, what are you doing?
Gragomir, if he would get on deck, he would see the large bottle, and then he would try to start like pushing it under the ship and into the water with large tidal waves with a spell.
Okay, mark off that spell and go ahead and for the surgeon it's gonna usually be medicine check, but I will say for this instance you can use an arcana check as well if you'd like, or nature check because you're a druid.
Dope. I got neither.
Or you could use your default check there for the medicine check. That's okay. Regardless, with a plus 11, that's gonna bring. Ooh, that might just push you over. Yeah, with 11, that brings you to a success. So, with that, you just barely managed to, through the combined effort of you and all the other officers and such on board and the crew, you managed to just narrowly avoid getting engulfed in this bottle. And you hear a shrill voice cry out in a disappointed tone, "There's always tomorrow, little fish." And that is where you sail past and you see the bottle.
Can I try to perception and tell where that voice is coming from?
Just say, did I
Yes.
hear this voice?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. I have these glasses on where I can make out details from like 2 miles away, and I
Yeah.
have advantage on perception with sight.
And you have advantage on your perception with your shield there, Gragomir.
Yes. I don't know. Is this sight based? Because aren't we like listening for it, but we're also looking? I don't know.
I didn't
Is
see
a
it.
sentinel sight based?
That's what I'm looking for. Sorry.
It just says.
I thought it said wisdom perception checks.
Okay, it just
Yeah,
says
I'm not
wisdom
sure.
perception. Sick.
Whew. So Vix and Gragomir, you're both kind of listening out, looking out where those calls could have came from. And just as the bottle disappears, you see just riding at the very base of the bottles, like bottom, like where the bottom of the bottle would be. You see a humanoid figure, like a female humanoid figure. It looks, whose hair kind of resembles kelp. Has pale blue skin and bulging eyes like that of a drowned man as she disappears underneath the water with the bottle.
Vix is thinking of the letter. Klabautermann.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But, yeah, it disappears and the crew looks a little shaken, but your voyage can continue for now.
Yeah, actually, if Vix is thinking of the letter, because this sounds similar, he's probably panicking a little bit and is like telling the crew to, like, we're pushing through the night to get the fuck out of here.
Quadruple
Okay.
speed, go.
Yeah, this is him flexing his quartermasterness on board. Yeah, everyone's doing double shifts until we are away from this place.
All right. So, go ahead and move to your next hex. The weather is scattered clouds, mostly clear today, but as you're sailing along, another percentile die for me.
86
We
is
roll
the
in
worst
the
one.
80s so crazy often that like
What
we're
was
gonna have
that?
somebody do
86 is the worst option. Got to 86
That's
it.
true. It is the worst option. That is true.
So we just
Uh,
ignore this one, right?
Right. So, as you're sailing along, a thick fog begins to roll in, obscuring the sea and the surrounding horizon. Pretty typical of, like, sea weather, like just thick fog and such. It happens especially early in the morning, which it is right now. But it's odd because the fog begins to tint an ominous green as the sound of a foghorn rings out from the west. The crew begins to go into a slight panic as they're all roused from sleep, some of them, the ones that are, not on the deck, as they begin to look out to the west. And all of you would see the sight of a decrepit wooden ship with the figurehead of a hag-like woman, arms extended, clutching an orb that swirls with a green glow that seems to be emitting this fog. The tattered sails catch the wind more than they should, and as the ship presses forward, turning its side to open fire, as it turns to you, you can see, painted on the side, is the name of the vessel, the Sea Witch.
It's the Flying Dutchman.
It is. All right.
10% Flying Dutchman.
So, as this is happening, we're going to go ahead and move to this map.
Oh boy.
Time to flex that cannon.
Yep. It's you know what it is? It's the DM decided, you know what, he couldn't find a replacement player and he's just going to TPK us.
Yes, this is what the ship looks like as it's sailing towards you.
Very good.
Yeah.
The green's a nice touch.
Yeah. So, with that, they do get a surprise round on you. Given the fog and the surprise nature of this. But let me go ahead and do begin combat. So everyone can oh, that's not right. That's not the name of the ship. Two
Hellspawn
Elspawn
Corsair.
Corsairs. True. Boop. Boop. There we go. All right, so you guys can go ahead and roll your initiative there. Whoever wants to hit the button.
I don't even see the tracker.
Okay. So that'll bring us to the top of the round on this first surprise round of sorts. As they're turning to their sides and they're going to open fire, they're going to use their officer action to enhance one of their shots. But here comes one. Here's the enhanced shot to the hole, which hits. Second one hits. Third one misses. Fourth one. What's the AC of the hull?
It's not currently
15.
Yeah, 15.
That's the hardness. Is that also the AC?
Yes. So 1, 2, 2 hit, 2 miss, and then 2 more shots. 3 hit, 4 hit. So as and you see the first one that's firing is this greenish glowing shot that is swirling with this arcane energy, and as it hits, I need the ship to make a DC 10 flat check. Someone roll a flat D20.
I got it. Okay. You got it.
Fighting my
Nice.
D20.
Okay, the ship resists the effect. So, on the bright side, the ship isn't overcome with Vision of Madnesses, so the ship doesn't lose its turn. Well, that wouldn't have mattered this round anyway because you're surprised. But anyways, I also need the officers aboard to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Oh god. It's going to end badly. Saving throw.
Possibly.
Normal.
It is your... Yep. Yeah.
Low. 12.
Gragomir,
my
you would have
gosh,
advantage
wow.
on this check
Okay.
because it is a effect you're familiar with. Oh yeah. So 1, 2. 3, 4. Okay. 26. 17. 26. Okay, whoever wants to add it, the hull takes 90 points of bludgeoning damage as the cannons. Those
All
of
them
you,
do more than 15.
yes. Those of you that rolled under 13,
Damn it.
yeah.
Just barely. Just
Time.
got you.
Every time. We have such terrible stats across the party as a whole.
Yep.
Our array was garbage.
Is it just you, Harkin, that rolled under 13?
I believe so.
Yeah, it was. So, Harkin glimpses into the far realm, and the maddening sights within overwhelm you, causing you to fall unconscious. You maintain your hit point total while not unconscious in this way, and you can be revived with a medicine check.
Really wake my
But
ass.
for now, you are unconscious, and that would take up one of your actions on your individual turns instead of doing whatever you do on your individual turns to do that. If someone wants to try that, but so that is the ship's. That's the enemy ship's turn there, and thanks to the surprise round, your ship is like scrambling to get into place. They're going to take another set of shots here.
So what is their
Luckily, they
face
can't.
on us
Uh,
right
They are heading southwards, and they are facing. You know, the left side guns are facing towards you. Fortunately, they are going to use their. Well, fortunately, the first shot, which is the enhanced shot, misses. They weren't going to use the same enhanced shot, but regardless, they miss. So that one doesn't take effect. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so first one misses, second one hits, third one hits, fourth one misses, fifth one hits, sixth one misses. So 3 hits,
I guess those help.
but these are none of them are enhanced shots. Wow, the first one did not roll above 15, even though they had. Oh wow, the first and the last one didn't roll 15. So the first one and the last one just hit into the hull, but the hull just maintains. It is well reinforced, and but the ship does take 31 points of damage from the second shot. That does impact. Yeah. So mark that off for me, and that is going to. Oh, they are also going to 5, 10,
Ah.
50. Oh,
Sorry,
That's not
Ook,
right.
unless someone else is keeping track. I don't see it, but I'll keep track. The first one was 90. The second volley was, well, how much?
31.
31. Okay.
Ship's going to move there. And it's going to bring us to the Hellspawn Corsair's turn as the captain is just coming out onto the top deck and looks out to the see what's going on. Return fire, you slobs! Make sure this is not the end of our tale. It's going to be your guys' turn, the ship's turn. What are you doing? Do you remember how this works, or do you need a refresher?
Somebody needs to wake Harkin's ass up right now so that he can raise the threshold on the ship. That's my
Yeah.
prediction. Because threshold was like super strong
Yeah.
the last time that we were able to do this. So
It is pretty
Yeah.
good.
Gragomir will try.
Okay, we'll say this is your individual action for the ship here. So go for that. Make medicine check. 10 is just enough. Holy shit. So yeah, you slap him awake, and he's back to consciousness. The madness is shaken off. Yeah. So now you three
Wait,
or you
when
two
he
are available.
revives him, he's like, Harkin, I know what this is like. Just think about the end of the world. You'll be
It
fine.
Snaps you out of, sobers you up real quick. Which direction is our ship facing?
It is facing north right now.
Perfect. Because we want our left side facing them.
Right.
What is the range of our big one? 200, 800?
I think it's 200.
It's pretty short range, yeah.
But if we turn 90, then we go this way. Our like max move.
What's our speed? 45?
45.
Depends on if you're going with the wind or not. Which the wind is going that away, south, west.
Went
Yeah.
with.
So if we go
uh,
hard west,
we could change the wind direction and go hard
With your
this-
officer action, yeah.
Yeah, and then go hard this way, but then that would not, or that would put them on our left. We just went hard that way, like over towards this spot. That would put them in our left quadrant, and then they would be within range, probably. That's my guess. Harkin's action, his individual action, is absolutely going to be trying to raise the threshold. Carpenter's tools with strength, and it doesn't have my proficiency in there, so I'm just gonna add the +3.
Yep.
And then roll that. Boom, 24.
So for every individual number above 15, gain 2 threshold.
nice. So 18
That-
threshold.
18 threshold. So that brings your threshold to like 30.
33?
33? Yeah, 33 threshold. Nice. It's very good.
Super strong. All I'm
Yeah.
gonna do forever.
Oh no, that helps a lot. Considering how much damage you just took without that. Yeah, yeah. Shields up is important.
So
Yeah.
are we using our officer action to change the wind to be directly west?
I think it would be a good idea because then we could just cut with the wind because we can turn.
Because
90
it doubles our
degrees.
speed, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea because then we'll definitely be within range.
Because we can turn 90 degrees, right?
With as long as you're moving, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so we would turn 90 right now,
yeah.
move left,
And go
then
to the
theoretically
left.
that
and
would
then
You
this
go
is
90
from our
feet that
corner.
way.
This is from our corner, which is within range.
And theoretically, that would still be in our left quad, like our left.
So Jiven begins to whistle up a little bit of storm as it redirects the wind, and then you guys can go ahead and move your 90 feet.
I can't.
Here, you hold the ruler spot there. No, I got it.
Yeah, let's get out too far to see. There's 90 feet right there.
All
Perfect.
right. And then you take shots at the cannon.
They'd be on our left side.
Yeah.
Just barely, yeah.
There.
I'm going to for Vix. I'm gonna use my This isn't the officer. This isn't the big officer one. Oh yeah, it is the overworking limited. Yeah, then I'll use my arcane tattooist thing to try to increase our ship's weaponry.
Oh, good point. So since you're in the between two rolls at the start of this combat, pick one roll. That's the only one you can do for the combat. You can do tattooist or you do quartermaster stuff.
I'll do tattooist. That's probably what he's comfortable with.
Gotcha. Cool. Just making sure.
This is arcane tattooist, arcana or religion. We're doing arcana.
And you're doing the mystic
16.
control
Yeah.
for weaponry or what?
Yeah, for weaponry. Yeah. And that's a
Gotcha.
success.
All right. So each of the weapons gets +2 to hit. You're on the left side, so go ahead and roll the 9-pound cannons. Oh, hang on. Let me. I didn't adjust this properly. This is still going to use too much ammunition, I believe. Yeah, it is. There we go. I fixed it. So now
So it's
you can.
The 30-pound and the 4 9-pounds.
That's right.
Then we've also got the mangonel.
You have to roll the 4. You have to roll the 4 9-pounds like 4 times though. Like you have to hit
Yeah.
attack 4 times. Yeah.
So we have the cannons, the big cannon, and then we have the mangonel, right? Because it can turn.
And the
Right.
harpoon.
You can use the harpoon if you're within range.
Harpoon doesn't
we
shoot
are-
it, but it grapples them.
Correct.
Hey, that might be good.
You could board. Yeah.
It doesn't seem like we're trying to outrun them, right?
Doesn't.
I mean, you just turned like directly towards them, so I doubt it.
Probably not.
Yeah, it sounds like we're trying to waylay them.
Sounds like we're trying.
Maybe pull their ship in and then maybe break this gem, this big orb.
Alright.
So yeah, let's rip
It
it.
may not end well, but we're going for it. It sounds like what our plan is.
Yeah.
I'll do the 9 pounds real quick.
Sure.
These are
Surgeon.
2
Oh, you
numbers.
already used your action. Sorry, Surgeon. I was gonna say you could enhance the shot, but you used your action
Yep.
this
sorry.
round.
Had to wait
No
for
worries.
that.
Hey, that reinforcement's good. That reinforcement's clutch. That first roll was what, a 1?
12. Total.
Oh, it didn't. Yeah, okay, cool. It just didn't show up for me.
12, 25, 11, 22.
The 25 and 22 hit, so go and roll damage on those two. Just for reference, this ship's hull, this enemy ship's hull, has the same AC as yours. It's not particularly reinforced or anything.
Oh,
14
Wow,
points
that's
of
bad.
damage does not go through. It takes the impact. With 21, though, that does go through.
I want to fire the big gun.
Okay. Yeah, it takes a little bit of scratch, but it's still mostly in good condition. How far are you guys away?
We're within the
100 feet.
200.
You hear from the other ship a dwarven voice calling out, "Gragomir, you fucking traitor! I'm gonna take your head this time."
is it in Dwarvish or is it just a Dwarvish voice?
It's in Dwarvish.
That was not important.
I don't think.
Is Gragomir's name in Dwarvish Gragomir?
Yeah,
They might say
Probably
like Waterheart or something.
yeah.
Oh, come on. I saw the 20. Tip to a
Only
two.
we had that A on shard. Oh, well.
Oh well,
We used it to buy things.
Yeah, no, that's good.
it's necessary.
Yes, better than
True.
potentially burning our ship.
Purchases, yes.
Mattresses,
I
yeah.
like items more than I like living.
Yeah.
Well, I'm already dead. Who cares?
As this massive cannon fires off, go ahead and knock those 3 shots off me because I didn't set up it to use the proper amount of ammunition. That's my bad.
You do not know how to do that.
I
I'll
got it.
just go and bring it to 38.
Oh, okay, you got it.
Somebody else roll the mangonel and stuff.
3. There we go.
Here, while he's doing that, I'll roll a mangonel.
So that massive cannonball flies off, but it does not land.
Womp womp. get at least one.
Did you add? Oh, it doesn't matter. I was gonna say add the +2 to attack, but it wouldn't matter.
Oh, I didn't add.
But let me add the +2 to the damage, though. That's important.
Does
I
that-
added the +2 to the damage rolls that I did.
Oh,
What
cool,
did you-
cool.
Yeah, I'm adding it myself, and I added the 2 to the mangonel attack there, which I assume hit.
It does hit, yeah. These are all for the hull, I assume, yeah.
Yeah.
I
I,
assume
I
I-
probably would be like attacking the sails or something or their weaponry, but I don't want to roll it back. We'll just hit their hull. 22.
You got it, you got it.
I
Yeah,
assume
douche.
an 8 to a 10 does not change whether the big cannon hits.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
AC is
But
15.
it impacts, and yeah, it looks like the enemy ship's kind of shaking back and forth. So, anything else for you guys? I think that's most of your stuff.
Harpoon.
Oh yeah, the harpoon.
Oh, harpoon. Yeah.
You're within range.
Use it.
Yeah.
Attack.
Someone else go for it.
Oh, come on. I need to stop. Just don't let me roll anything.
With
14, that's close.
+2, so 14. Yeah. Okay.
14.
Damn.
It just shoots a little wide, and you reel it back in. Doesn't land, unfortunately. It's gonna bring us to the top of the round with the Sea Witch going. They're going to go ahead and attempt to use their. Hang on, they might use. I'm trying to see which shot they want to use, but. They're gonna shoot your hull with a grease shot. I'm gonna try to at least.
30 something threshold?
Yeah, but to apply the effect, it matters less to like, do the actual effect. But regardless, it misses. So there you go. For the next 5 shots, natural 20. So 1 crit, 1 hit, another natural 20. Holy shit!
Oh my
2
God.
crits.
Ah, shit.
Yeah.
We gonna die.
So 2 critical hits, 1 hit.
Damn. On the round with our huge threshold. We might be okay.
4 hits,
33.
5 hits. Wow. I'm gonna roll the crits first. So the 2 crits. Oh, it's so many dice. Wow, they rolled really poorly on those dice. 31 points of damage, which I think doesn't
happen.
pierce the. Yeah, I don't think it pierces the. You had 32 threshold.
33.
33 threshold. Very nice. Yeah, they rolled very poorly on that crit. Next crit is 38, so that does go through. They rolled pretty bad on that crit too, not gonna lie. But that does enough to go through. So that crit goes through. It's the crit's dealt with, and then there's 3 normal damages to do. Okay. No damage. As you're just bolstering the wall. 33 points of 33 points of damage. Very nice. On the third one, and meets beats. How many shots was that? That was 2 crits, 2 normals. So
Yeah, one more, I
one more
think.
normal. Yeah.
Are we dead
Let's
yet?
see.
We're down to 108 out of 300.
And then that, like the last one, just does not impact. And yeah, seeing that, you look at their cannons, and they do look like they're readjusting their aim to going to aim at your other ship parts. But yeah, that's going to bring us to. They're going to move. They're going to start heading here to have the right side on you. They're going to start heading here. And they're going to stop there. Let me make sure that.
I
was-
mean, we could ram them.
Heck yeah, dude. We never did. We should have
Never
spent
done the ram.
getting a ram.
You had the option at some point to get a RAM. I can't remember where it was, but there was like an improved RAM I think you could have gotten. But
I don't know. I feel like we would have made that a priority.
I feel like that would have been something.
I feel like after our last ship combat, all we talked about is buying a ram.
Yeah,
Oh, maybe it was you guys talked about it. Maybe you guys didn't actually see one, because that's a good point.
Yeah,
Why wouldn't you buy it?
we should have looked for one during our week of downtime. Since we had all
True.
that extra money. How much?
You know, we
would
can
that
just rewind and we could go back to the shopping real quick.
cost? Retcon. How much
no.
would that cost?
A lot. I don't know. Well, I don't know. I don't have the part made. I had to think about it. Anyways, it is your guys' turn. Top of the round. You have your abstraction, your individual actions, and the ship's, of course, actions.
So I don't know if there's any repair actions. I know I can siphon health from one thing to another thing, but I feel
I believe
like
you're. You have like a downtime repair action. I don't think you can repair in combat.
I can't repair in combat, so there's no healing. I can only raise the threshold.
Well, and you can move HP from one part to another.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
that's what I'm saying. I can like siphon from one and go to the other. But
Uh,
I feel like my job at this point is to just
yeah, it's a downtime activity to do your intermediate repairs.
Yeah, the bowstring's really good.
constantly raise the threshold forever. That is all I'm going to do.
Okay. You do
Surgeon, are
re-roll
you planning
your
on, are you
numbers.
planning on buffing a weapon?
Yes, I might as well.
Yeah, if the surgeon's gonna buff a weapon, then I'll do the. Well, I'll leave it up to you. Do you guys want me to do my arcane one where I can possibly kill and injure people with all of our weapons attack twice, or do you want me to give the surgeon weapon advantage?
We're fucked.
Just attacking twice with
On the
everything
bright
is not
side?
a lot of ammo.
Seeing how tough your hull was being, they decided to aim to different parts. So, I mean, we'll
Still
see how
not
many
happy.
shots.
true.
Yeah, we'll see how many shots aim at different parts, but that's rough.
Still not
So, what do you want me to do, surgeon? Do you want me to give your buff weapon advantage, or do you want me to potentially kill some crewmates and give all of our weapons 2 attacks? It's just gonna cost a lot of ammo.
It's tough because like obviously the goal is to hit the big shot, so there's nothing that really
Surgeon
just
one, yeah.
like boosts big shot. I could do toxic shot to make it so that they have disadvantage on their attacks,
Yeah.
which is helpful.
Does the surgeon thing only apply to a single attack, or does it apply to all the attacks
It
from one
applies-
weapon?
It applies to one attack. Like you choose one weapon to like apply the shot to.
Yeah, let's I'll use for our like the general act, the give one weapon advantage. Yeah, fire at will. Select one of the ship's weapons. It gains advantage on the next attack roll. Makes before the end of the ship's next turn. And I'm buffing whichever one the surgeon is doing.
I would say buff big weapon because who cares what
Yeah,
I do?
Big one.
And then I will
Right.
toxic shot.
Yeah, so we'll do that. We'll buff the big weapon.
And then I'll toxic shot one of the left 9 pounds.
Can you toxic shot the giant?
Say,
one
can you
in
not do
back?
the same one? Just to give it.
I could. I
advantage?
don't know if it does damage. Maybe it does. Still, I don't know.
On hit, and
Uh,
let's make a check. Gives its attack one of the following properties. So I think it just adds the property to the attack. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, then I'll
Yeah,
toxic
so let's rip it
the
on the big one.
30 pound as well.
Double dip on the
I'll do the big advantage attack.
So toxic shot on the 30 pound.
Yeah,
big
toxic
advantage.
shot and the advantage thing on the 30 pound.
The
Which
officer
is-
action.
Yeah, the general one, which is a 25.
Got you. 25. All right. That hits. Go and roll that big old damage, and they have to make
And
a
they
what?
have to make a DC
DC
15
15
flat check.
Oof. Yeah.
Oh, it's a fistful. Oh my god. 30-pound cannon. Fuck yes.
They fail their checks. They have disadvantage on their thing. Can you do? The number disappeared for me. So can you type /R whatever the number was for the cannon damage?
I would love to.
Oh,
62.
oh, that's a lot of damage.
We need to replace all of our
Douche.
cannons with gigantic
Yes.
3-pound cannons.
I
Yes.
agree.
That impacts right at the side. You see the sea witch rocks over, almost like listing over to one side as it rights itself and splashes down into the water. The cannon itself, like breaks up, a cannonball itself breaks open and spews toxic, like liquid all over the deck of the ship. And they have disadvantage for how long? For the next
till
round.
I think. Yeah.
Very nice.
I'm gonna tell you truthfully, I don't know how, but I think our munitions went up because I don't think we were at 45, but maybe we were. I don't know.
We added-
Have to
It
check the
shows
VOD.
29 for me.
You
yeah,
got some from
I
the.
just- Yeah, I know, but I don't think we were at 45. I added them.
No, we had 15, and then we added 30 from the thing. I thought.
Yeah, we got a lot of munitions.
Yeah, but we've also been shooting a lot.
Yeah, and now we're down to 29. We had 15, it went up to 45, and then we've just been
I
ripping
clicked
a lot
the
of cannons, so
vehicle
we're down
in
to 29.
the side section, and it still says
Oh,
42.
That doesn't update. Check the token
Okay.
itself. Yeah. You have to. That's something I keep in mind. Like that I noticed. You do have to update from the between the two because they're not player characters. Very annoying. But yeah. So essentially that's at. But if you double click the token, the one that's like on the battle map, it will say the proper number.
Okay.
So I just update that at the end of a combat to get the right number.
All right, and then I'll attack with the 9 pounds, the 4.
Sure.
Okay.
That's a hit. That's a miss. That's a hit. That's a miss. And one more.
No, there's only 4, I think, isn't it?
Those 4.
Yeah.
Did you roll 4?
Yeah, I did roll 4.
Oh, you did.
22, 11,
Cool.
23, 13.
27. That hits. I mean, that does damage,
that's
rather.
damage, yeah.
Ooh, 23 ones of damage. That's a nice bit of
50.
damage right there. The Sea
50
Witch
to
is looking a
62.
little roughed up after those blasts
Yeah.
right there.
112.
Yeah.
We still have 2 more weapons.
Manganese.
Yeah.
I don't think I.
Oh, I forgot to fire their Mangonel and Ballista. That's okay.
I should stop rolling things. Everybody roll other things. 'Cause I should not roll things anymore.
I get that.
Damn, they would have done a little more damage, maybe. Well, We'll
Natural
see.
20 on the ground. Get fucked, I
Woo!
guess.
Yeah.
A level instant crit. That's kind of weak. All right.
that hits, and hey, they are grappled, and you're able to start to reel them in. They essentially their speed goes to 0, so you can start moving right towards them with no issue.
And you said their
Alright.
cannons are facing this way, right?
Right.
So we just need to go
You could sail like around and then cut off most of their
Yeah.
cannons and get into them.
get
Yeah.
around to the front of them where they can't blast us anymore.
And you haven't used move yet, so you can go do that.
We haven't moved yet? Oh shit.
I don't think so.
90.
Yeah, so let's 90 and go up.
How obliquely can we go up? There's 90. There's 90. There's 90. There's.
Well, we went straight west before, so it shouldn't be
Also-
too hard to just like go diagonal a little bit.
That's 90 as far. Ooh, I scroll.
Yeah, I don't think we can
Let's
like get
go
out
there.
of their cone, like their field of view for the cannons in this turn, but we can
Not
do
for
it
this
next
turn, no. But I think
Since we
next turn you would.
established that you can't turn if your speed is 0.
Correct. You have to move.
I was measuring from a different spot than you were. I think we can go 1 more square north.
Yep.
2 more squares north. 3.
That works. Close enough.
Yeah, whatever. Okay.
It won't change the consequence too much, I don't think, because either way, you'll still be in the range. All right, top of the round. It's going to bring us to the Sea Witch once more, who is going to go ahead.
They
And-
rearranged different parts, not our hull.
Yeah.
It's okay, they have
That's true.
disadvantage, so
That's true.
Disadvantage, and they are going to go ahead and aim at your ballista or your grapple, so they want to try to break that.
like they're aiming
see.
for the weapon itself.
Which
okay.
it has
15 AC.
15 AC and 100 hit points. Very cool. So it's going to be. They're going to do another maddening shot on this to try to help them out a little bit here. Oh, with
All
disadvantage.
Yeah.
That one would hit if. Let's see how the disadvantage does it. Oh, disadvantage was a natural 20, so they lose the natural 20, which is unfortunate, but they still do hit. So I need another DCT flat check for the ship, and then another DC 13 wisdom save from all of you guys. And Gragomir, you have advantage on all of these. Remember that. Yeah, very nice.
DC, what now? Wisdom save?
13.
Doesn't matter because I'm not gonna pass it anyway.
Very true.
Damn it.
Okay.
Another 19.
Wake me up.
Let's see. Okay, at the start of each of your turn, you need to roll a d4. I'm actually just going to reveal this. Roll 1d10 to see how long this lasts. I'll add it onto that.
Is it individual?
Oh, don't we have to roll the ship? Do we have to roll the ship, right? Or is that just? Are
Yeah,
you
the
talking about
ship
Harkin?
does need to roll.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm talking about Harkin to see how long his
Alright,
short-term
I'll roll the
madness
ship.
lasts.
What am I rolling? D10?
Yeah, roll a d10 to see how it lasts. The ship does not lose its actions this turn, which is very nice. So that lasts 8 minutes. So-
Minutes?
Yeah. Pretty much the rest of this combat, you're undergoing the short-term madness of this, which essentially, on the start of your turn, you roll a d4, as it says there. On a 1, you attack the creature nearest to you. 2, you babble incoherently and you lose your action. On a 3 to 4, you act normally. So you have 50% chance to just do normal stuff, but there's also a 30% chance for you to lose, or 25% chance to lose turn, 25% chance to attack somebody. Anyways.
Boy, for the rest of this combat, because 8 minutes is
8 minutes is a while.
800 rounds.
800 rounds.
800 rounds.
Or yeah,
800 is
uh,
not gonna run out.
easy.
Is it 800? No, it's
80?
80, I
seconds.
think.
Yeah, 80. You're right.
Well,
800 is funnier, though.
10 times
Yeah, it's
Uh,
80, I think.
Yeah, 10 rounds is a minute.
80 might as well be 800 because
Might as well be 800. 80 rounds a lot.
80 rounds is a
Let's
whole
call it
lot
an
of-
even 8 million.
Let's call it even 8 trillion rounds. So first shot hits, does its thing. Let me go to the other shots with disadvantage. So one miss. Oh, he rolled natural 20, but he still hits. But he rolled 16 with his disadvantage, but he got a natural 20 on there. That sucks.
Are these all at the harpoon?
These 3 are, and then the other 3 are going to be at the hull. So 2 for the 2 hit. That's 4 fires or 2 more. For the cannons here. Another natural. Holy fuck! Another natural 20 that got disintegrated. The target shot's really good. That makes it 12. That misses. Yeah, last one is natural 1. Luckily, it's not a dangerous cannon. So 2 hit the whatchamacallit. Ooh, that's 21 points of damage to the ballista or the
Does-
grapple or the harpoon, which you can adjust HP of that under the features under ship parts.
Yeah, I got it.
Ship parts and go down. Yeah. And then 21 there, and then another damage is going to bring it to another 21. So 42 points of damage there, which doesn't break the harpoon yet. And then they're going to go ahead. They missed the shots at the hull, so they're going to take the mangonel and the ballista shot at the harpoon too, trying to get rid of this grapple because it is pretty deadly for them. At disadvantage. Mangonel hits with an 18. The ballista takes another 22 points of bludgeoning damage, and the harpoon, same thing, whatever. And their ballista is going to fire at disadvantage, which misses. Just goes right wide. All right. They can't move. Do they use their officer act? Oh wait, that would be an individual action, wouldn't it? So they can still use their main officer actions for stuff that I just realized. That's okay. My first time using officer actions to myself, so totally fine there. I won't. They're going to use the quartermaster option for their officer action, but I'm not going to enforce the auto persuade for like the DC 25 persuasion, deception, intimidation check. Yeah, they're going to use the parlay, but I will let you guys decide if you want to allow this particular parlay. They want to essentially allow a small group of officers to board your ship for negotiation.
Fuck that.
Unless you wanna ignore it.
attacked a Dreadspire ship.
Are they surrendering as part of their
No,
their?
it's a negotiation. They haven't admitted anything. It's a parlay. Up to you if you want to take it. You don't have to.
I feel like the captain would slap each of us individually across the face for allowing a parlay whenever a Mad Lord ship attacks a Dreadspire ship on open sea unprovoked.
I don't know that this is a Mad Lord ship.
This is explicitly a Mad Lord ship.
Is it?
You do see on the flag like the symbol of the eye with the 2
Oh,
chromatic
no.
colors there.
Then they are totally boned. No, fuck them.
No.
Yeah,
I
and
thought
they're in a real bad space.
I thought this was literally like the Flying Dutchman, and we were boned.
No, they're in a bad spot, and I think that like on our turn we just move forward, or rather west, to get out of their range of most of their weapons, and then just blast the helm with the 30-pounder, and we'll very likely destroy their helm, and then they can't turn ever.
Yep.
So I think that's the plan. I mean, I'll use my. I can either use my arcane one and risk people, or I can use the general officer again to give the big one advantage. We can either shoot the big one twice or give it advantage.
That will end their turn, so it brings us to your turn. Whatever you guys want to do with it.
So it's like, how much of our munitions do we wish to dump into these people?
I think we just give it advantage because advantage in rolling twice is
Rolling twice is
I
like, you know,
think-
potentially a lot more damage, but it's also going to consume a lot of munitions
And could burn
because
us.
it gives all of our weapons 2 attacks. If I do the arcane one, that including our mangonel and our small cannons,
I think
but that's a lot of ammo.
just go ahead.
Oh yeah, it is.
Advantage. God, come
Okay.
on. 1, 2 extra points. 17.
Hey, 17.
I'm so upset right now.
Yeah, I'll use.
I'm
If,
not-
that,
I'm
if
not-
that's fine, I'll use the general officer one to give the big one advantage.
I'm not rolling anything else.
Is there anything the surgeon wants to throw onto this thing? I don't even know what your options are, but we're aiming it straight at the helm.
Yeah, no, nothing really. I mean, we could add extra fire. Might as well just add more fire to it.
Okay, cool.
When in doubt, more fire.
Big can
Big
Advantage.
cannon.
with fire. AC 18, I think, is what we're targeting.
Yep.
That's at the fucking hull.
The big one, yeah.
Oh, that's at
hull,
the
yeah,
the hull of the helm.
yeah. Or no, the helm.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
thing where if
gotcha.
we break it, it reduces their speed to 0.
You got it.
Or no,
Really
it makes them where they can't turn, not the speed. And then damage. Do I need to do anything to the damage because of the fire one? I don't know what the fire
It's
thing
another
does.
D8.
Just an extra D8.
What is our rule? We can move up to 90, right?
Right.
So, I can't. I have to. How do I.
Got that ruler.
Moving to there would be 70, and that would put us directly in front of them. They can't fire at us anymore.
Wow, 54.
Ooh,
Sorry,
that helm is destroyed. They can't turn.
It's 47 from the cannon, and then another 7 of fire damage.
Very nice. Yeah, their helm is destroyed, and doosh, takes a blast out of it, and they are unable to turn now. Thanks to that. Very nice.
And they have 0 speed because they're grappled,
Right.
and we're parked in front of them, so they can't fire any of their broadside.
So at this
Yeah.
point,
It's just they
I
have a
will say,
mangonel.
you have the ship at your mercy. They can't turn. They can't move. They could try to break free of the grapple, but I don't think it'll matter the time that they would have. So,
I think
what do you
next
want to
turn-
do with the ship?
I think next turn we literally drag them in, and we end up right there, and then we board them.
Is it the plan?
Is the plan to board them and take it to the melee, or are we just going to sink the ship?
I mean, if we sink it, we can't plunder it.
Gragomir, are Mad Lord ships known to be good plundering?
As good as any other pirate ship.
It can depend on their most recent voyage. This one, I don't know if it will have anything of value, but it might.
Alright, yeah, I'm down for boarding it, and if they do anything silly, just sink the ship while we're on it. 2 of us have swim speeds and are aquatic.
Literally leave those orders with the crew as we board the ship.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like-
So we're gonna
If-
board the Sea Witch.
If
You
anything,
got it.
If anything looks hinky,
Anything.
fire at the water line and just sink the shit out of this boat.
Yeah.
And we
Just sink their entire boat if anything is suspicious at all.
Anything looks hinky, sink it, and we'll swim. We'll swim. back.
Quartermaster's explicit permission. He's
Hey, who's
probably
going
telling
on
this to
board?
Clad, actually. Vix and Harkin guarantee, because we're the aquatic races, they can sink the ship and we're fine.
Dragomir will go.
All right. So
Between the 2 of us, we can grab Gragomir and drag him out of the,
Yeah.
out of the sinking ship.
But Vix is telling, he's giving quartermaster orders to Clat to, at the slightest provocation, sink this ship.
okay. So Gragomir in the back, front. How you want to do this?
Dragomir in the back, but up to you. You don't have to let me do it if you don't want to, but if there was any time, 3 seconds at all, I would have activated my form, my spore form.
Yeah, you're good.
Alright.
You had time, like, as you're approaching. And Harkin in the front, and then
Harkin-
Vix in the
Yeah.
front or back line.
Vix is in the front with Harkin.
Okay.
It's not gonna. He's having to live up to his new role.
All right, as you
It's
all
got
three
14
approach here.
14
Just for
plus-
reference, these aren't giant pirates. These are just amalgamations. There are 4 pirates in each of these little clusters, just so for your reference. But as you're shouting out and across the way, you see. Let's see if I can get there. Yeah, you see these individuals. See this one who seems to be captaining the ship.
Nice.
You see this guy who seems to be at his side. And right in front of you is this individual who you assume is probably responsible for the strange, maddening shots you were receiving. She seems to be a spellcaster of some sort.
Where is she at? I don't see her.
Right in front of you. yeah.
Okay. She was blending
there.
in with the thing. I didn't
Yeah.
see her.
She's in camouflage. But yeah. At this point, the dwarf shouts out in common, "Hey, so I take it you're doing sort of a reverse parlay, right? You 3 come on board our ship, talk about terms."
From what I understand, the terms are do what we say, or we send you and your crew to the bottom of the sea.
Eh.
This is not a negotiation.
You surrender, or I eat you.
There's no
like
surrendering. This is
with my
piracy.
teeth.
I see. Well, see, we're just after one traitorous crew member aboard your ship. I see you brought him along. We're not trying to start no wars with the Dreadlord, but it seems like you are really risking our little tentative peace to turn into something way more fiery. Is that really what you want? Is that really what
My
your
lord.
captain wants?
Mad Lord threw away his piece whenever we discovered your little backdoor portals aboard the Dreadspire.
Oh, shit, they know about that.
Yeah, we know about them, about all the other Lord's islands as well.
Also, you fired on us, and if there's no witnesses,
Word has a funny way of traveling around. Ain't that right, Gregomir?
Yes. Word travels in strange ways. Like word of how you knew where I would be.
Oh, well, my lord keeps his eyes on those who betray his credo.
I'm not one that delves in betrayal. I just don't fit the Mad Lord's crews anymore.
Right. Well, should have stayed on the island. You would have had a better time. We would have come back to get you, you know. You could have captained the ship some more once you were free of your blindness that you've got going on.
Harkin yanks out a pair of belaying pins from the nearest rail and throws them at that guy.
All right. We're going to go ahead with that. We'll roll into an initiative here, but that is right at the end of our session, right at the time, so we will take care of this combat. They all shouldn't be called first mates. It's inaccurate. That's
Ouch.
inaccurate.
Gregomir, why?
Well, it goes to a 20. I don't know how to
It
roll
goes-
with advantage, but
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I got you. It's just 20.
yeah, 20.14.
Okay.
If you have the Sentinel Shield like actually equip buttoned, it should do it automatically. It did it for Ayla at least.
So,
Add a d6. 5. So I'm at 7. Yes.
So the total combat state. There we go. And then roll NPCs. And yeah, we'll get into this next session.
Since
Uh,
so, question. Since Harkin's just grabbing stuff and throwing it at the guy, do I get a surprise round?
No. Surprise requires you to surprise them, and they were still on their guard, so to speak, until, you know.
Figured it was worth a try. I rolled.
Yeah,
I rolled a 2.
yeah.
I got a
Uh,
7 total.
you're just reaching
Well,
behind you, fumbling.
Fumble.
Hold
Hang
on.
on.
I
Hang
found
on.
something for parlay. It's a stick.
Whoosh! Surprise! I yelled surprise. Is that not
Everyone else
surprising?
started fighting a while ago. Like, stick.
Have you seen that? Have you seen that GIF of the like super overweight guy who's like trying to get the like extendable baton out of the?
Yes.
He like pulls it. It's like the self-defense thing. He like pulls out the thing and he pulls it out of the packaging and he tries to open
Yeah.
it properly. He tries to open it again. It's that, except it's a giant shark man.
And just remember that action as we'll pick up right there, back in the action, so to speak. But yeah, fun session. Definitely. Kind of. I was hoping that bottle stuff would happen, but like she said, it's always tomorrow. The bottle.
and-
That bottle's fun.
And I wrote a message after we get this combat done. Maybe I'll go down and check and see if the crew inside of this tiny little bottle ship has figured out a way to read my message and
Respond.
somehow.
Yeah. None of you like the message cantrip or anything?
Me,
No.
I'm a fighter. I punch things.
No, I mean none of you like as the collective.
I have no idea.
Vix can, but it's not the message cantrip.
Ah,
What is it?
And I don't think Vix knows that he can, but he can.
Very fun. Well, that'll be something fun to explore. And
Well, last time I
so-
explored it, it crashed your whole computer.
Oh, true. Hopefully, it doesn't do that again.
We can
But
try
yeah.
at the beginning of the next session, just so that you know.
I can prepare to crash my computer. But yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff to get in this session. Next session rather. Very excited about this. There's a lot of stuff here. A lot of exploration to do. I really like that the Aeon shard magic item. One thing I do want to say is that like we kind of use it on something trivial, which is fine. But those conversations are in character conversations and should be treated very in character. Obviously, for that, there's not like a lot of character stuff to add to that. But the whole idea is that it not only adds like a mechanical thing, but it also adds like a role play point where you can like
Sure.
have a natural reason to share your character's motives, because it's like, hey, my character really cares about this, and my character's going to give his argument for it, and this is why he cares about it, and then that will also give like the rest of the character something to role play with, so to speak, which is really neat.
Sure.
But of course, this instance, very trivial, very
That
was
was
just
a
a
PowerPoint presentation kind of moment.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no worries with that, but just kind of sharing the idea of what that item is for, because I really like that item. I think I'm going to probably start giving it out to most of my groups, just because I think it's a fun little mechanic.
It's a neat mechanic, and it's also a fairly, as far as like the power of the item goes, it's honestly fairly minor. Because yes, you can use it on practically anything you want, but it's like once per session you get to have
Right.
advantage on the roll. So it's
Well,
not
being able to do it like after the roll is kind of the
Yeah.
PowerPoint for me. That's super
Exactly.
cool. It's just an inspiration point, but instead of you having to deal it out to individual people, it's a group wide one, but it's every
And you
session,
vote
and it
and
goes away
decide.
at the end of the session. Yeah.
everyone
Yeah.
agrees like, oh, we need to have this attack roll
Yeah.
or whatever. Like the guy needs to fail this ability check and then you make a roll again. Or I can't use it to impose a disadvantage. Can
Right.
you?
No, it's more for like if you have like a very important persuasion check or a very important like intimidation check or a very important like attack roll or whatever it is that that you think is critical for your storytelling to like take hold. It really works for that. And it's like, for your character too. It's like if your character just believes that they want the most opportunity to succeed in any given situation that requires a check or roll, they'll be like, yeah, that's the time to use it.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. It's
Yeah.
a neat item.
Oh, yeah.
Again, it doesn't provide a huge mechanical benefit. It provides like a decent mechanical benefit, but again, it's one roll per.
It's
session.
it's group based inspiration essentially, but it's like a vote. It's like everyone gets to decide who gets the inspiration point for the game. And the best part about it is, of course, as Matt said, it can be used after the roll and after the result, which inspiration normally can't be. So after the result is had, you can almost rewind time, so to speak, for that one instance, which is pretty neat.
Speaking of rewinding time, it didn't occur to me until we kind of entered that little combat initiative with our actual player character things, and I pulled up my sheet that Vix cannot use firearms because I don't have the gunner
Ah,
feat. or whatever.
This is something I would say to all of you. All of you as pirates would have firearm proficiency as
Oh.
being pirates.
If it's like,
You may not ignore the reloading quality because you don't have the firearm
Right, right.
proficiency or firearm feat, but you still can use it with your proficiency modifier.
it
Okay.
fits much better for the locale we are in.
Right. Yeah. Most, like, especially officers, all can use firearms specifically.
So can I just like check this proficient mark on it and it'll just
Yeah.
work? Okay.
Totally.
Okay, I'm gonna do
Yeah.
a test.
You can also set it up to use your ammunition automatically, which is handy.
Wait, what?
You can also set it up to use your ammunition automatically
Mm.
if you hit the edit
oh,
item
resquad
and go.
deception. I see.
And then just set it to the whatever bullets you want to use. If you ever want to switch to the explosive bullets, you can just switch there.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
1. Okay. Got it.
And for future reference, wow, I have not turned on my lights in here at all, and it's very dark. For future,
You're darker now than you were before.
Yeah, I'm not sure why